APEC's share has been about half of the world's merchandise trade for both export and import, and intra-regional APEC trade itself has been more than half of that. Behind these numbers is still a lot of inefficiency in collaboration among parties involved in the end-to-end process, particularly exporters and importers themselves. The documents and processes are still mostly paper-based, while some with today's technology may be electronic but on digital islands.
Sugar export involved with a lot of documents, particularly government-related ones. My team had to rekey the same data repeatedly and manually in many processes.
Payment security is very important to all the exporters. Recently, there have been many scams involving fake payment instructions. The importers remit the money to the scammers instead of the exporters, which hurt the business worldwide.
Realizing the opportunity to grow export and facilitate import by improving efficiency and increasing financing access for exporters and importers, particularly SMEs, Thailand has started embarking the digital trade journey in 2019. Joint Standing Committee of Commerce, Industry and Banking, the representative body of private sectors, with support from the government, set up a working group comprised of representatives from exporter, importer, logistic providers, banks, and other stakeholders to work on Thailand NDTP roadmaps and priorities. Government support is led and orchestrated by the Office of the Public Sector Development Commission. Thailand NDTP aims to connect all the business stakeholders in the end-to-end process of export and import, maybe directly or via respective industry cluster, to provide B2B collaboration and sending-receiving electronic documents. Thailand NDTP will be connected with Thailand NSW, which handles B2G and G2G documents and processes, to complete in-country export and import process. It will be connected with platforms in counterparty countries to handle cross-border collaboration and sending-receiving electronic documents. As we walk through this journey, Thailand will gradually realize the following benefits. Number 1. Cost and operational efficiency of all stakeholders, particularly exporters and importers. Number 2. Better access to financing for exporters and importers, particularly SMEs. Number 3. Increase of export volume. Number 4. Sustainable development towards better and greener economy.
It will be much efficient if we can handle process and document electronically on the NDTP. Sugar export now are not only to the large sugar trader. Customer base has expanded to the SME importer. NDTP and connectivity will help this customer to have the better access to the finance.
As NDTP and its connectivity are built using blockchain technology and high security standards, it will be safe and secured. This will help mitigating the fraud risk and make both seller and buyer feel comfortable with the transaction.
Thailand NDTP platform has been developed by National ITMX using blockchain technology to deliver the use cases in Phase 1 scope. POC and Pilot Life, together with Trade Walls of Japan and NTP of Singapore, have successfully been executed in September and October 2022. This Phase 1 scope includes implementation of standards for electronic commercial document, including electronic purchase order, electronic invoice, and electronic packing list. It also includes the authenticity verification of underlying document for financing by banks by way of connectivity between National Digital Trade Platform and Trade Document Registry. the platform connecting international trade financing banks, which has been operative to provide double financing checking for banks since early 2022.
From our experience working on NDTP so far, three critical elements to make this forward are: 1. Law, rule, and regulations to make electronic documents and process legally effective and enforceable. 2. Common standard and guidelines for interoperability for platform across industry and across country to communicate effectively. 3. Collaboration, sharing, and working together in country as well as between countries.
To make it happen, this program has to be endorsed and included in the agenda either APEC or ASEAN. I believe we need to have dedicated working team with solid plan and time frame. Otherwise, our time and effort that we have spent will be a waste.
Towards the new era of international trade, let us collaborate and walk this digital transformation journey together.
The Honorable Mr. Payong Srivanich, His Excellency Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn, His Excellency Mr. Satvinder Singh, Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda, Ms. Pamela Mar, Ms. Janet De Silva, Mr. Kriengkrai Thiennukul, distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sawasdee krap. I'm honored to welcome you to the Digital Trade Transformation Symposium on Advancing Digital Trade Transformation and Connectivity in APEC and ASEAN, here in Bangkok, Thailand. After over 2 years of challenging social distancing and in-person event restrictions, it is indeed high time that we can all come here together, both virtually as well as in person, to hear from our distinguished speakers and to share views about technologies such as digitization and connectivity and how it will transform cross-border trade in APEC, ASEAN, and beyond. My name is Vasan, and I'm a partner with the law firm of Baker McKenzie. Just as a brief background about myself, I used to be an engineer for over 10 years before I became an intellectual property and technology lawyer. Throughout our careers, many of us have experienced firsthand how a convergence of new technologies can make a difference and provide for better solutions. For example, in the past, when it came to domestic or international transactions, these were largely paper-based or sat on isolated digital islands, making implementation to be very tedious, time-consuming, and inefficient. But then came various new technologies such as Web 1.0 and 2.0, electronic payments, two-form factor authentication, encryption, and mobile computing that made transactions to be a lot more simpler, reliable, and secure. For cross-border trade, there has indeed been a long-felt need to make cross-border trade to be more efficient. But such a task has not been an easy one, since cross-border trade requires compliance with various different laws and regulations that govern various different aspects, such as fund transfers, financing, security, insurance, tax, logistics, and the list goes on. And of course, such a task would require several different advanced technologies to come together to solve big technological problems and to ensure conformity with the various different laws and regulations. Such technologies may include, for example, artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital cryptography, digital identification, and other Web 3.0 technologies, which were either non-existent or merely in its infancy just a few years ago. Fortunately, such technological convergence and the wider and increased acceptance of technologies in our everyday business and personal lives, together with a heightened acceptance of technology by key stakeholders, including regulators and policymakers alike, have enabled us to be where we are today, which is to advance digital trade transformation and connectivity in APEC and ASEAN to be on the same ecosystem. A number of initiatives are currently underway to achieve these goals, including legal developments to recognize electronic transferable records, or ETRs, harmonizing of standards for both trade and supply processes, and of course piloting, as well as adopting, scaling, and interconnecting digital trade platforms. This includes the development of Thailand's National Digital Trade Platform, or the NDTP, which is marked as a key milestone for transformation of digital trade in Thailand, and one in which many sectors have been putting significant efforts into its development, including Baker McKenzie, who has been working on requisite legal documentation. For our symposium today, we will be focusing on 3 topics. In our first session, entitled Transformation of Ecosystem to Facilitate and Enable Digital Transactions and Digital Documents, you will hear from distinguished speakers representing different stakeholders on the current status of digital trade in APEC and ASEAN. In our second session, entitled Pilot Live, Proof of Concept and Lessons Learned, you will hear from the pioneers, both from the platform side as well as from the pilot user side, of the first of its kind connectivity between Thailand's NDTP, Singapore's NTP, and Japan's TradeWaltz digital trade platforms. We will then conclude with our third session entitled, How Can We Advance Digital Trade Transformation and Connectivity, and Recommendations for Next Steps, where we will hear from both government and private sectors on how to further advance cross-border trade through digitization and connecting multiple new technologies together. Without further ado, I would like to invite the chairman of the Thai Bankers Association and the president and CEO of Krungthai Bank, the Honorable Mr. Payong Srivanich, to the stage to open the Digital Trade Transformation Symposium on advancing digital trade transformation and connectivity in APEC and ASEAN. Please help me welcome the Honorable Mr. Payong Srivanich to the stage.
His Excellency, Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn, Minister of Digital Economy and Society, Mr. John Denton, Secretary General of International Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community คุณอ้อนฟ้าเวชาชีวะ Secretary General Office of Public Development Agency ดร.กอบศักดิ์ผู้ตระกูล Director and Senior Executive Vice President of Bangkok Bank and Chair of Public Sector Development Subcommittee on NDTP Development and Implementation. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to this unique gathering, which brings together key representatives from financial sector standard-setting bodies, multilateral organizations, and national authorities on a most timely topic of common interest, that is, the fast-changing landscape of trade digitalization and transformation. This symposium is aimed offering a forum to discuss ecosystem reforms, sharing best practices from pilot live and proof of concept of NDTP Phase 1, and determining the way forward for the benefit of member economies through capacity building and support for key reforms to facilitate trades. The achievement of NDTP Phase 1 is indeed a significant milestone in the digital transformation of Thailand's international trade, which will make export and import easier, faster, and more convenient for not only exporters and importers, but also all other stakeholders. It will reduce time spent on preparing and processing documents. Banks will be able to verify supporting documents for financing more efficiently. This will increase access to financing for exporters and importers, and in turn, increase the competitiveness of Thai exports, particularly for SMEs. This Phase 1 success is a result of strong collaboration and cooperation between teams from the private and public sectors, and it has made Thailand one of the first countries in the region to make such progress in digital trade. Yes, we have made some impressive progress. Still, more coordinated actions are needed on a variety of issues, ranging from standardization and regulation to the digital divide. Stakeholders in the public and private sectors must collaborate to design, agree on, and implement a roadmap to create a healthy trade ecosystem with shared facilities and common standards. And with the rapidly increasing use of digital technology and a heightened appreciation of policymakers and regulators for the need to enable its wider adoption, comes an opportunity to advance the digitalization of trade and supply chain finance, which is crucial, especially for closing medium-sized SME financing gap. It will also enable businesses to trade with increased liquidity, reduce transaction complexity, better optimize costs, and greater access to B2B markets. The issue is highly relevant for APEC's developing member countries. Today, we will hear from our keynote speakers and guest speakers how well underway we are to establish a new category of digital transactional platform, which is to come under the country's regulatory and supervisory system. Also, we will get to see how trading, logistics, and banking sectors, as well as the government agencies, can work together to embrace the new challenges involved in the advancement of digital trade transformation and connectivity in APEC and in ASEAN. The implications for standard-setting bodies of technology-enabled connectivity among those organizations are exciting. The discussion today are likely to highlight how the digital transactional platform can help us move forward to the next step of ongoing initiatives that form building blocks for digital trade and financing, which are already underway. Several economies have been working on ecosystem reform to support digital documents, digital trade transactions, and cross-border connectivity and interoperability. The International Chamber of Commerce is promoting the adoption of new rules for banks to accept the use of electronic records and has recently approved the Uniform Rules for Digital Trade Transactions, or URDTT. In addition, ICC, BAFT, SWIFT, and ITFA, among others, are advocating the alignment of digital reforms, enabling legal frameworks, fintech adoption in the trade finance ecosystem, standardization, and scaling of APIs for trade finance. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and our honorable speakers, moderators, and panelists. All of them have been working with us since the beginning of the planning stage, and they are still here today for all of us, even though they are all very busy with their responsibilities. We truly appreciate your dedication. Again, this symposium program could not have been made possible without APEC and ABAC. Over this afternoon, we have the opportunity and indeed the responsibility to prepare the standard-setting world for both the risk and the rewards of the digitalization of trade, logistics, and financing. I hope that will be a meaningful and fruitful gathering that will build synergies and spur even stronger cooperation and actions among member economies. I hope this cross-country collaboration and connectivity will be expanded in both breadth and depth of the regional and global levels in order to promote equality in business and sustainable growth. With no further ado, I would like to declare an opening of the Digital Trade Transformation Symposium, Advancing Digital Trade Transformation and Connectivity in APEC and ASEAN. I wish you all a successful symposium, and again, welcome and thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Mr. Payong Srivanich. I would now like to invite Thailand's Minister of Digital Economy and Society, His Excellency Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn, to the stage, who will be our first honorable keynote speaker. Please help me welcome His Excellency Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn to the stage.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, คุณพยงศรีวณิชประธานสมาคมธนาคารไทย คุณอ้อนฟ้าเวชชาชีวะ ท่านเลขาธิการกพรครับ ท่านกอบศักดิ์ภูตระกูลประธานอนุกรรมการขับเคลื่อน NDTP นะครับ On behalf of the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, it is my pleasure to address the keynote at the opening ceremony of the NDTP, or Digital Trade Transformation Symposium today. I would like to start off by expressing my sincere appreciation for the vital work happening here today and your kind invitation. The use of digital technology is increasingly rapidly. Therefore, policymakers and regulators need to create an environment that supports wider adoption, in particular the digitalization of trade and supply chain finance, which is critical for APEC's developing member economies. The public and private sectors must work together to design and implement a roadmap for creating an ecosystem that enables digital trade transformation and connectivity. Also, several economies have been working on ecosystem to support digital documents, digital trade transactions, and cross-border connectivity and interoperability. A critical challenge facing the region is how to effectively leverage these initiatives to accelerate the digitalization of trade among economies. APEC plays a crucial role in improving a platform for coordinating and collaborating among the member economies. The initiative on transparency in e-commerce regulations, digital business environment, and digitally enabled services aim to elaborate and promote measures and policies for the effective development of digital trade. We realize that the APEC Business Advisory Council, or ABAC, is actively supporting the digital trade, aiming to create open trade and technology standards to promote interoperability among existing blockchain networks and technology platforms in the trade finance space. In this regard, the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand has proposed the APEC Digital Trade Transformation Work Programs as one of the priority projects of the APEC Digital Economy Steering Group for APEC 2022. This project is a collaboration between Thailand, Japan, and Singapore, where we have been working on piloting live and proof of concepts through sending and receiving trade documents and exchanging data. This program aims to offer a forum to discuss ecosystem reforms, share best practices, and determine the way forward for APEC to benefit member economies through capacity building and support for key reform to facilitate trade. Thailand has also launched a national digital trade platform we call NSW, on National Single Window, which would centralize and streamline import and export procedures. This platform aims to make Thailand even more competitive in trade, particularly digital trade, by offering businesses the flexibility to excel in this new era of global commerce. Ease of doing business is therefore a crucial factor for Thailand in order to attract foreign trade and investment. We also has worked on improve our traditional physical delivery system towards digital services, which help reduce expenses, times, and allow payment through fintech platform. In addition, digital-related law and regulations have been amended and enhanced to be ready for the new digital economy, such as the criteria for storing computer traffic data of service providers, a standard for e-meeting, e-signature, e-timestamp, digital ID, as well as personal data protection standards. New regulation for ICT standard on e-transaction, e-government, and digital platform services have also been created as well. So this has prepared Thailand for the shift toward digital trade transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that this symposium will provide a unique platform to discuss coordinated policies and best practice across Asia and Pacific. Once again, I thank ABAC for organizing this important meeting I am confident that with all of us working together for the greater common good, the Asia-Pacific region will rise to be a global leader in technological innovation. With this, I wish you all great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn. I would now like to invite the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community, His Excellency, Mr. Satvinder Singh.
His Excellency, Mr. Chaiwut Thanakamanusorn, the Minister for Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, Mr. Srivanich, the Chairman of the Thai Bankers Association and also the CEO of the Krungthai Bank, my good friend, Mr. Kopsa Dwangdi, the Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association. Dear friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. Allow me first to extend my best wishes to all of you, and especially thanking the organizers for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to speak on this occasion today. It's really refreshing to see everybody in person. Many dear friends from the region who are really working hard in trade digitalization are here physically. It's nice to see all of you, because for the last 2 years we've been talking to each other virtually, so it's nice to meet everybody in person here. But more importantly, I think it's nice to be here in Thailand, in Bangkok, because the energy that we see here in terms of your trade digitalization journey, it's inspiring to the rest of ASEAN. So keep up the very good work. Minister, you have a great team here working on the initiative together with the joint strong cooperation of the private sector. It's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, for ASEAN, our prospects are actually fairly promising, and they are well on our path towards a post-pandemic economic recovery. In fact, the growth in consumption have rebounded strongly in 2022. In fact, all of the ASEAN member states, most of them have been able to gradually lift mobility restrictions, and all the governments are working very hard to reopen our borders and allow general travel to take place. In fact, in manufacturing and services, output is also increasing in all our member states, creating jobs, lifting the household incomes, and we are seeing historical highs in both trade and investment numbers for ASEAN. I think one important contributor to the real growth that we are seeing in ASEAN is really strong digital transformation that we have achieved. It is really one of the unintended consequences of the COVID, because we had to reinvent the way we work, we had to reinvent the way we live and play, and I think you can actually see that digital transformation is real in our region. And therefore, it's not unnatural that we have been able to enjoy positive growth in 2021, and yet again in 2022, this year, we are going to see our GDP in ASEAN grow by 5%. And we hope we can keep this momentum going next year. But of course, we all know that despite all of this positive economic outlook, we also feel that the road towards next year is really full of economic uncertainties. And these are looming around us, the geopolitical tensions that are happening and prolonging out there, together with the inflationary impacts and of course the tightening of interest rates, they all are things of concerns to our private sector. So therefore, I think we need to continue to work very hard in our region. We need to remain vigilant and continue to look for ways to truly address productivity issues like we have done in the last couple of years, and continue with our good work that we are doing in our digital transformation. One other thing, I'm also happy to say that, part of this growth, besides the digital growth that has contributed to real growth, is also the fact that we have kept our markets open, while the rest of the world is talking about anti-geopolitics and anti-geo-globalizations in ASEAN. while in the last 2 years, we have worked very hard to close one of the largest free trade agreements in the world, the RCEP agreement, that gets the ASEAN member states connected to some of our largest trading partners. That includes Japan, China, Australia, Republic of Korea, and New Zealand. All member states have ratified it except for one country, and RCEP effects are already beginning to be seen in our regional member states. As I said earlier, more critical than anything, our digital transformation has to continue. And in ASEAN, we are embracing that very seriously. The Bandar Sri Begawan roadmap, this is a commitment by all member states, all the member states leaders, that we need to prioritize the digital transformation in the region. We are looking at 3 things right now for 2023. Number 1, working on a digital identity initiative for all of ASEAN to harmonize it for the region. Number 2, we are looking at building the capacities of the ASEAN member states to be able to adopt the UN Unistral model law so that all of the ASEAN member states can move towards the recognition of digital documents. And thirdly, we are also working on payment connectivity. I think this is something Thailand knows best because you guys have been the leader in helping us connect to the rest of the ASEAN member states. Today, many of the ASEAN member states are beginning to connect themselves, and what I tell everybody is watch out. We are going to be aggressively moving towards digital connectivity in payments. Now, digital trade, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to emphasize with you a couple of things that are, in terms of, besides the BSBR, these are important things that ASEAN is also looking at, which we want Thailand and the rest of the ASEAN member states to also come together with us. I think the first, a big update, a little bit on the ASEAN single window. The good thing is that all 10 member states today are on the ASEAN single window. This is the platform where digital document, the trade facilitation custom documents are exchanged by all the member states. So all 10 member states today are actually doing business, and they are submitting, they have the abilities to exercise and submit digital documents. In fact, next year, when Indonesia takes the chairmanship, they are working towards wanting to make it compulsory for the Form D. The Form D is the form that you use in order to enjoy ATIGA benefits to be all digital. There'll be no option anymore for business sector. So I think that's, again, going to fuel the ability for us to bring everybody along and move the region towards greater digitalization. Now, we are not stopping at Form D. There are other forms that are going to be added. We are going to be adding, for example, e-FITO certs. We are also going to be adding the ACDD certs. This is the custom declaration document for cross-border transit movements of goods in multiple countries. So all of this is moving quite rapidly. And the good news I want to say is that besides the 10 countries coming together on the ASEAN single windows, some of our key partners, China, Japan, Republic of Korea, and the United States, they are also wanting to connect with our single window. So they are exploring how to do that. There's a commitment to move towards that. Second, I want to talk about digital standards. And undoubtedly, this is a very important part of enabling digital transformation. We definitely need to work on coherent standards, which are instrumental in enhancing digital interoperability and addressing the trade processes complexities across our member states. To that, there is the Digital Trade Standard and Conformance Working Group that was established in March 2020 to discuss in the region the harmonization of standards, interoperability issues, and technical regulations. So I'd love to have all of you to look into some of the work being done by the committee and be aggressively influencing some of those committees so that they incorporate the needs of the private sector. Last but not least, I also want to talk about the critical aspect about digital trade today, which is about seamless cross-border digital payments. I think this is really imperative, like what I said. In order for us to be able to enjoy fully the growth of digital trade, ultimately we need to work on this. And in fact, following the adoption of the ASEAN Payments Policy Framework in 2019, we have successfully launched the Thai-Singapore Real-Time Retail Payment System in 2021, which again was a key milestone for the region to develop a region-wide payment system. Subsequently, we have also launched the bilateral linkages with other countries. I know that Indonesia is connected, so is Cambodia and Philippines, and we are going to see this whole network grow even further. What I can say is on our journey towards a digital future, ASEAN has never been complacent with our progress. Indeed, there is so much of room for us to improve in doing more and more that's needed in order to get this done. And I can assure you that we want to work with the private sector. So some of the initiatives that we are beginning to see, which are driven by organizations such as the International Chamber of Commerce, I think these will be included, and we want to progressively support some of these key initiatives and incorporate them in our plans forward. So therefore, the ICC Digital Standards Initiative, this is something of importance to us. I therefore encourage ICC to extend the ASEAN capacity building programs and also do your best to conduct the stocktake of studies in order to bring the rest of the region to understand your priorities and how the global private sector wants to move in this space of digital trade. Finally, I just want to express my deep appreciation to the private sector, especially the ASEAN Advisory Business Council, for your commitment to implement the Digital Trade Connect Legacy Project, which has been piloted, anchored by the Thailand NDTP project, which we are very proud of in the region. We acknowledge this project. I've seen the video this afternoon. You know, it's not without challenges. There's a huge amount of undertaking, both by the government of Thailand and the private sector. But I think you are showing the way. You are showing the way to the rest of ASEAN how it could be done. So I urge you to work both, not only Thailand, but I also urge Singapore. I think two of you are the countries which have made good progress in this area. We need to show the rest of the 8 member states of how some of the best lessons can be learned, so that, because deep challenges you have gone through the last 4 years, and I think the rest of the countries don't have to go through the same issues. I think there are a lot to learn from what are some of the best practices, and we can actually avail through ASEAN. Through ASEAN, we can actually work on workshops and capacity building so that we can bring the rest of the region along with you in this journey. With that, I want to, once again, wish all of you the very best this afternoon, and I would love to hear some of the panelists and speakers on the latest update of what's going on in digital transformation in trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Satvinder Singh. We will now commence our first session, which is entitled Transformation of Ecosystem to Facilitate and Enable Digital Transactions and Digital Documents. This session will be moderated by Ms. Somika Pakawat-Wiwat, who is a partner with the law firm of Baker McKenzie. Ms. Somika is also a good friend of mine as well at the law firm of Baker McKenzie. Okay. After this first session, we will then continue with a second session, followed by a third session, but in between the second and third session, we will have our keynote speaker, Ms. Pamela Mar. But please note that there has been a last-minute change to our agenda for today. Unfortunately, the Honorable Mr. John W.H. Denton and Dr. Pot Amon Watananon are unable to attend our symposium today. Mr. John W.H. Denton is replaced by Ms. Pamela Mar, the Managing Director, Digital Standards Initiative for the International Chamber of Commerce, who will be our keynote speaker. Dr. Pot Amon Watananon is replaced by Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda, who is the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce of Thailand. Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda will introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Pamela Mar. But for our first session today, we'd like to welcome the moderator, Ms. Somika Pakawat-Wiwat, as well as her distinguished panelists. Please help me welcome Ms. Somika Pakawat-Wiwat to the stage.
afternoon to all honorable guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Somika Pakapat Vivat. I'm a partner from Baker McKenzie Financial Service Practice Group. I'm truly honored to be moderator for the first session of the symposium today. First and foremost, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists here with us today. We have first Dr. Prapsak Putakul, the Director and Senior Executive Vice President of Bangkok Bank, and Chair of the Public Sector Development Subcommittee on NDTP Development and Implementation. Second, we have Mr. Thiennukul, the Managing Director, Asia Pacific of Manatico, a fintech firm known for its trade finance fraud risk mitigation solutions, and co-chairman of the APFF Digital Trade Finance Lab. Our third panelist is Mr. Singh Lo, the Director on Trade and Connectivity Cluster of Infocom Media Development Authority, or IMDA, a statutory board under the Singapore Ministry of Communications and Information. Next, Ms. Onfa Wechachiwa, the Secretary General of the Office of the Public Sector Development Commission, OPDC, and the Vice Chairman of the Public Sector Development Subcommittee on NDTP Development and Implementation. And lastly, we have Dr. Julia Cesar Penneres, the coordinator of the APEC, Business Advisory Council's Financial and Economic Working Group. Know that the increasing use of digital technology urge the digitization of the trade and supply chain finance, and this can open doors to opportunities, and at the same time, such shift to digital trade can also affect the macro and microeconomics. So the session of Symposium today aims to offer a forum for us to discuss the transformation of the ecosystem to facilitate and enable the digital trade and digital documents. And for the first question, may I ask Dr. Prapsak Putakul, as you used to work with the government and you used to participate in the international summits, can you give us an overview on how it's like of the digital international trade and connectivities are like in APEC and ASEAN, and how the connectivity will help minimize the negative effects of the World Economic Session?
Thank you for inviting me to be part of this important panel discussion. Before, I would like to congratulate the team for their success in the pilot test with Japan and also with Singapore. And also would like to thank for their hard working, Kun Prapsak, Kun Han Khae, Kun Nathapol, Kun Jamrat, Pi Jarampon, and also team from OPDC, who never give up. This has been a long-term journey that I met with them, and then they never waver at all in deliver the NDTP projects, despite all the challenge that have been happening along the way. This is very important projects as we transform our government to become 4.0. We need to do the same for the economy infrastructure. We have to transform the economy infrastructure into 4.0, especially this is the first of its kind in terms of digital trade platform. The trade arrangement in Asia, in ASEAN, I think people have been talking a lot about free trade agreement. They have been working very hard on ASEP, on CPTPP, on tariff reduction, on rule harmonizations. And what happened now is the digital revolution make it possible to do the next step, to transform the current trade system to the 4.0 era. Our system at this point in time is very fragmented. I think very fragmented. In fact, mostly analog, paper-based. I think in many countries we still use paper document and partly digital. I mean, some effort have been working on transform to become digital document, but so far I think still 80% paper. It means very high cost in terms of transaction, logistic cost, and also it given a lot of loophole from the banker point of view, double financings and can be possible, and the fraud and other things. So basically, we need to transform this system to become more digitized, and at the same time, it will help reduce the cost. Especially this time around, I think coming years we will face with slowdown in the economy and the recession coming. For all companies, reducing the cost will become very important. So if we can develop this system further, it will really cut down the cost of shipping and also doing business in terms of export and import. And at the same time, it will give the company better access into the credit. As I told you before, I mean, with paper-based document, bank always have some question in their mind. But now with digital, now we can really check, right? Yes. So basically, it means company will have a better possibility of getting credit, and we will have more trust in the system. And at the same time, I noticed that lately we have seen more news about the FDI into the regions. Many companies from China, from Taiwan, Korea, and others is now moving into Southeast Asia. It means in the future, the regional supply chain will be more developed, more integrated, more linked, more complicated. So basically, if we can develop the trade infrastructure to support those supply chain development, that will be very, very beneficial, and it will also help us weather the challenges from the economic slowdown better.
Thank you very much. This very insightful critical analysis on how the digital trade can help positively affect the economics, not only on the financial side, that it makes it more transparent. It also lower the cost for the companies and makes all the trades more access to all stakeholders. Thank you very much, Ka. So talking about digital trade, I would like to ask Mr. Thachin about your views, as you have extensive experience working in trade finance in banks and also have been a member of ICC Trade Finance Digitization Task Force, a drafter of ICC rules on the use of electronic records in trade finance, and also working in fintech. Can you tell us about the trend? What is going on the fintech industry, and how that fintech industry can help facilitate the digital trade or digital connectivity on the trade system?
Thank you, Sumika. First, let me say that my admiration to Thailand for the success so far of the NDTP, and I've had the privilege of being involved in some of the ICC's work on trade finance digitization. They include being a drafter of the ICC's EUCP version 2.0, which is for the use of electronic records for letters of credit. And the other was in the drafting of the EURC version 1.0, which is for use of electronic records for documentary collections. I'm also presently a working group member with the International Trade and Forfeiting Association on the creation of a new set of rules called the Uniform Rules for Transferable Electronic Payment Obligations. And these rules are meant to enable the use of electronic payment obligations such as bills of lading, bills of exchange and promissory notes in electronic form. Mention has been made of the ICC's publication of the URDTT, the Uniform Rules for Digital Trade Transactions. And having heard of the progress that Thailand has made in the area of digital trade transformation, how I wish that that could have been Thai representation on the drafting group of the URDTT. So I think there is cause for ICC Thailand National Committee to put forth its candidates to participate in the drafting of new ICC rules in the area of trade digitization when such opportunities arise in the future. Right, so Sumika, you asked me about fintech and the role that fintech plays. First and foremost, fintech is, of course, an abbreviation for financial technology. So it refers to the application of technology in the financial sector. One of the first things to note about the role of fintech in trade finance is that in this particular space, the fintechs tend to be enablers of incumbent financial institutions rather than disruptors of the incumbents. So this is a little different from how it is in some other spaces, such as payments, where the fintechs, some of the fintechs are out to eat the incumbents' lunches. Now, there is a need to understand what is being digitized in trade and financing. Right. The first is the digitization of processes, and the second is the use or the introduction of electronic records as replacement for paper documents. So for processes, I think much progress has been made, taking the example of bill of lading issuance by shipping lines. A carrier may receive the shipping instructions from the shipper via electronic means, and that's an example of a digital process. This does not necessarily lead to the creation of an electronic bill of lading, right? So the second part to digitization is the creation of electronic forms to replace their paper equivalents. So the electronic bill of lading is something which my colleague Sriyon here is very passionate about, and I shall leave it to him to talk more about that. Regarding challenges, you asked about challenges to be overcome in digitizing trade. I think the key challenge is really the question of how a solution can be accepted by many parties across the trade and financing ecosystem, right? So there are solutions that are available, but the question is really adoption. But sticking to the electronic bill of lading example, there are quite a number of vendors that currently provide solutions in this space, and the challenge is getting wide enough market adoption of their solutions. In order to get an electronic bill of lading to work, you need to have the buy-in of various parties in a particular trade transaction, and they include the carrier that is issuing the bill of lading, the shipper, the consignee, and any banks that are involved in financing of that transaction. Now, when there are competing vendors of different systems that aim to do the same thing, then the question of interoperability becomes important. Interoperability will increase the reach of any fintech in what they're offering the market. And the challenge is how do you move beyond lip service on interoperability to actually achieving that?
Thank you very much. I like when you point out that this is the fintech that in a different terms, like fintech that will not disrupt banks, but the fintech that will facilitate the bank's banking system and make it more transparent. And as Kun Thachin already mentioned about experience from Mr. Singh Yong Lo, can I ask Mr. Singh Yong from the challenges that Mr. Thachin has addressed? Can you explain how IMDA or other authorities in Singapore that has helped minimize such challenge and frameworks, or like program like Trade Trust or SME Go Digital? Can you give us overview how such program has been implemented and how they can overcome those challenges that Ms. Thachin has mentioned?
Thank you, Sominka. I think my first two panelists mentioned a few things. Number two, the first thing that actually caught my attention is fragmented systems. Second thing that my friend Tak In here share is about digital processes. And these two actually, if you think about it, form the core of the challenges, the root cause of the challenges of all digital trade initiatives. And for many of the professionals here who, like me, involved in digitalizing trade over the past 30 years, this topic is really not new. So to briefly summarize it, we actually see it from two dimensions. Of course, there are many other dimensions. I think the most important dimension is, number one, technology evolves over time. So are the systems that are implemented by companies that uses different technology stack that build over time. And you know, when technology evolves, the new technology typically doesn't talk to the new technology, or the old technology doesn't talk to the new technology. And if you really spend some time looking at those paper trade documents that are being exchanged, I think I can safely say at least close to 99% of those documents are printed digitally. Just that it has not been able to be portable. In fact, the data is actually captured in the hard copy document, just as the data is not portable across different technology stacks. This is one dimension. The other dimension is the digital readiness of that particular trading partners. So in international trade, right, it's actually a decentralized or peer-to-peer network if you convert to technical terms. And you have big companies that has got sophisticated ERP systems, that has got digital processes in terms of producing or capture data digitally, so they are capable of sharing data, right? This is one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is one single person. I have a phone, I have a notebook, internet connection, at most email account, and maybe a website. So then how do we facilitate the trading activities among players that have got different digital capabilities? So in Singapore, actually, we look at it differently, right? For the organization that has got lower digital capabilities, right, we have a broad-based digitalization program called SME Go Digital, right? The objective of this program is to help those smaller micro SME actually minimally know how to digitalize some of their work processes so that data is captured digitally. before even they think about sharing or producing electronic document, right? And this is a broad-based program. And to address the question of fragmented system, so we come up with a program called Trade Trust. And it's not a platform, right? It's just a framework. So there are the different systems built over time using different technology stack can actually use the same framework to actually package their business document so that it can be exchanged by any means that are available to them in the most convenient way. Today, the most convenient way of email attachment, right? A very good example, PDF, right? I don't really care what software you use to open my PDF. Neither you care what software I use to produce my PDF. So PDF itself is a protocol. But the problem with sending PDF to the bank is that it's very difficult to verify the authenticity of this PDF, right? Yeah, maybe I'm the importer, right? The exporter sent me an invoice. I use this invoice sent by the exporter, try to borrow some money from the bank. But the relationship is the bank and me, not with my supplier. So there's no means for the bank to actually verify whether this invoice that I received from my supplier is legit, authentic, or real, or whether the amount in the invoice has been changed from, say, $1,000 to $10,000, right? So that's where this framework comes in, right? We define a set of digital protocol based on the latest Web3 mental model, Web3 paradigm that allows any trade document to be packaged in a reliable, in a way that is that enable any recipient of a trade document to be reliably have a reliable method to digitally verify. And it's based on international standard, and the standard that we use in Trade Trust is actually the verifiable credential standard from W3C. So it's just some of the example that.
Thank you very much. I think from your views, especially when you mentioned about the program in Singapore that helps support SME with the key purpose to keep the data of the trades, and not just to share or not, but just having the data of all the trades of SME in one place, and that could be one thing that help them and positively affect the economy, because the data of the trade can be analyzed and do a lot of things. Thank you very much. And for
maybe I want to clarify.
Yeah.
To help the SME to capture data in one place is respect to the particular SME.
Yes.
From an economy, from a whole ecosystem view, data is captured everywhere.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
It's not one central database.
Yeah, I know it's everywhere. Yeah. Thank you. And that from Singapore side. How about from Thailand? Can I ask Ms. Onfa Vechachiwa, from your experience working at Ogoporo and the subcommittee on NDTP, can you please tell us about initiatives that carried out by Thai government, how it support the digitalization of the trade connectivities, and what are the challenges from that initiative?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer for inviting Office of Public Sector Development Commission to join this special symposium today. And yes, there's quite a good opportunity for me to, tell the story behind the NDTP. Because actually, I would say that this NDTP initiative come from private sector. I mean, Mr. Gopsakduni know very well. He came to OPDC to talk with our team, and he just smiled by us with such a, interesting idea how to increase the competitiveness of the country with this digital trade platform. So we already buy in, and we work together with him to draft the proposal to the cabinet, including like the principle and guideline to the cabinet. And then the cabinet approved it as a policy of the government policy on September 10, 2019. And later on, the Public Sector Development Commission established a special subcommittee to drive this initiative, chaired by Dr. Gopsak Phutakdun right here. And This committee is quite large a number. I mean, like we have like almost 30 members in this subcommittee, and 1/3 are from private sector. I mean, namely Thai Chamber of Commerce and Federation of Thai Industry, and Association of Thai Bankers, and the Thai National Shippers Council, and the latter member are from the government side and from the relevant agency. Well, and this subcommittee, we define that there are 3 core missions that we would like to do in the first phase. First is to draft the roadmap of the NDTP. Second is to study best practices of other countries on such platform that, like digital platform that expedite or facilitate digital trade. And the last one is to find a study on business model for the organization who will be responsible for this platform in the future. And under this subcommittee, the chairman already set up 4 working groups to work on this on particular issue. First is about technique and standard. Second is about legal rules and regulations. And third is about business model design. And the last one is about international coordination. And this is kind of the mechanism that the Thai government prepare or provide for driving this initiative to build up like an open arena for private and public sector to join and to talk, to exchange opinion and sort the thing out to get common solution together. So this is kind of mechanism that we do to drive this initiative. And on the challenge, I think that the NDTP is not easy. It's not easy, and due to its complexity and it's very subtle because there are many stakeholders. I mean, both in business side and government sides. And in business side, there are many like exporter, importer, liner, shipper, banking, insurance. So many stakeholders, so many players. And in government agency side, there's custom, tax, there's revenue department, and international trade department, international commerce, digital promotion. So many players. And when we said there are many players in this platform, that means there are so many kind of interaction, many process and procedure, many data and documents run through this platform. This is a key challenge. That the first challenge is, what is the rule of game? What is the standard for document, for data, for means of exchanging data? So many things. So this challenge is under responsible of the first and second working group. The first working group is on technique and standard, right? And the second is on rule and regulation. So these 2 working groups work together to sort this thing out for the first challenges. For the second challenge, I think it's on the government side, because government is also the key player in this platform. We have to provide many data, like custom data, many things under this platform. But you can see that many data that we still need to make it, more machine readable to be, exchanged under this platform. So we need to speed up the process of digitizing government data relevant to this platform. And my office, OPDC, we work closely with DGA, Digital Government Agency, and NSO, National Statistics Office, in expediting the process of digitizing government data. And I think the last challenge is about the user of this platform, how we draw their attention, how we attract them to use this platform. I think this is very important. Those business persons, normally they would like to know that how their data will be, safely protected under this platform or not. So cybersecurity is a key, and for sure the working group on technique has to take care of this thing. And the second thing is about who is responsible for this platform in the future. And the business model design working group will take care and to find the solution for this challenge. So, I mean, I can conclude that there are 3 challenges, but we also have, responsible team to take care of it. So don't worry.
Very, very insightful and very impressive. I also have a chance to be in this working group since the beginning, and also one of the part that helps on the legal issues for the project. And I can tell that it's very interesting project, but really challenging as it requires a lot of stakeholders, and there are a lot of issues. And I'm so glad and proud that we are here today to talk about this project that's already launching today. Anyway, as we all know that digital trade connectivity have a lot of challenge. It requires cooperation from all stakeholders, and not just at national level, but also in the regional level as well. So for Dr. Julius Cesar Peneras, can you help explain about how APEC Business Advisory Council, or ABAC, has expedited the trade digitization, and what are the core strategy and support system that APEC member country can utilize if they want to digitize the transactions?
Thank you very much, Samika. And first of all, I'd like to thank ABAC Thailand for giving me this opportunity to talk to you today. Could I have the slides, please? Trade finance is digitalization of trade finance. It's not a new issue for ABAC. We have been discussing this for many years, actually, starting from 2013. And in 2019, ABAC submitted a strategy for the digitalization of trade finance to the finance ministers, and the ministers have actually approved it already. This strategy focuses on 4 things. The first is the development of consistent legal frameworks around digital documents. The second is standardization. The third is the use of technology to combat trade-based money laundering. And the fourth is the establishment of a mechanism to actually help economies implement these, which is the APFF Digital Trade Lab, which is being led by Tatien, and also in collaboration with our colleague from ICC in Singapore, Hannah Nguyen. So I'm very happy to see that Thailand has actually moved forward to push for the implementation of what the finance ministers have already endorsed. Now we know how politics and how government works, and this is something that will not take a very short time. So in the meantime, we decided this year to take a step back and to look at the overall ecosystem for digitalization that impacts digital trade. So our report to finance ministers this year focuses on 4 priorities: recovery, resilience, sustainable transition, digital finance. Now, focusing on digital finance, there are 3 topics that we discussed: interoperable data systems, the digital market infrastructure for MSME supply chain finance, and central bank digital currencies. First on open data, which is an expanded version of open banking. Classic open banking involves a one-way flow of consumer data from banks to third-party service providers. Open data involves a multi-directional flow of data across market participants. Some economies have already started the journey where almost all initial use cases are financial services. However, implementation varies across markets. Some are government-led, others are industry-led. Some are more prescriptive, others more free-form in their approach. And the focus of efforts so far have been domestic, and there are no common cross-border standards as of today. So we believe that APEC can help economies develop a common standard and harmonize basic implementation of open data. And the useful first step would be to identify use cases that are important to standardize, such as, for example, digital ID, interoperability, and bank account and transaction information, and providing baseline guidance in implementing standards. On the second topic, digitalization, we believe, can promote broader access to supply chain finance. The main problem here is that traditionally, not the first-tier suppliers have the problem, but the second and third-tier small business suppliers, which are unable to access the full range of supply chain finance. And this is because banks' capacity to provide these services is limited by the lack of access to data. Now, this has been changing because we've seen that digitalization is beginning to change this. We discussed several topics or several case studies of companies that have found innovative ways to deploy digital technologies to provide data for lenders and solutions for small businesses. These case studies illustrate the role of digital infrastructure in driving down transaction costs. Scaling up these platforms will require support from policymakers and regulators. And so we recommended the following. First, encourage the introduction of digital invoices throughout the region. Second, assist member economies in developing the key pillars of the digital economy infrastructure, which are a trusted digital ID, a framework for authorization and consent, and data exchange to enable individuals to make their data available to third parties, and payments interoperability for digital transactions. And third, to facilitate regional cooperation to promote cross-border interoperability of digital supply chain platforms. The third and last topic focuses on central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. There are two distinct use cases, one for wholesale settlement and another for retail use. I will focus on wholesale because this is relevant to international trade. A number of central banks are already exploring the use of wholesale CBDCs for instant settlement of tokenized securities. One example of a possible future use case for wholesale CBDCs that we discussed is the tokenization of all regulated liabilities, which means currency, commercial bank money, and e-money using a common DLT platform. We know that liabilities had already long ago moved from paper ledgers to digital databases, and now they could be transitioned to distributed ledger platforms. Using such platforms, records which were previously held at the level of an individual firm can now be held across a network of regulated institutions. Now, what's the benefit? This will deliver the significant benefits of continuous operating hours, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a single source of truth that will replace siloed ledgers across firms, the ability to automate transactions through smart contracts, instant settlement which reduces counterparty risks, and the ability to tokenize any asset. But the issue here is there is great complexity, and there is a need for agreed common principles to guide member economies in developing interoperable wholesale CBDCs for cross-border transactions. And so we recommend that APEC collaborate in drafting common principles as a guide for the exploration of wholesale CBDCs. So in conclusion, there is a lot of work being undertaken individually by member economies, and that's good. But if these remain uncoordinated at the international level, they have the potential to create new barriers and increase fragmentation to the detriment of consumers, businesses, and economies across our region. And this is why the theme of our report to finance ministers this year is a call to concerted action in order to ensure the beneficial future evolution of digitalization and sustainable transition. So with that, let me conclude my remarks and welcome any comments, observations, and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's very useful to learn about what have been done from the regional level, and it has been think throughoutly on each aspect, on each issues. So since we have an opportunity today to be together, and we hear about how the digital trade connectivity will help elevate the banking system, elevate the data in the system, and help positively affect the good economy of the country and the region. So can I hear each of your final thoughts or final message that you may want to tell the public sector or stakeholders in this ecosystem? In your view, what should be improved more? What is the next step going forward from today? Can I start from Dr. Kopsak? What do you think should be something that the government, the public sector, the private sector should have done more from now? And then we can reach the day that we dream of, like the truly connectivity of the trade throughout the, not just country, region, or globally.
Thank you. I think what we have done is a very first step, a long road from now to success, right? But it's very, very important step that we have been taken, and we have been learning by doing all the obstacle along the way. I think from now on, there will be 2 or 3 more steps to be done. We would like to achieve a reduction in all the costs associated with all the transactions. But it will depend on how much we can link up all the system together. I mean, the logistics system, insurance system, banking system, and all the documents to be linked up in one single platform. If we can achieve that, then the cost of operation in this system will be coming down. But then it's not only that, because we can have a beautiful system, but if the legal system is not coming along, then we have seen people go to the port authority and said, I have my digital document. And they said, no, you have to go back and print it.
And certify true copy.
Right. So basically, we have much more hard work to do to clean up the rule and regulation, to making sure that as the platform become digital, the legal system is also digital oriented. And at the end, we also have to get the right model. We have seen countries like Singapore using the public to push this system. We have seen Japan using the private sector to spearhead the system. But then we should find the right combination, because we know that our objective is to get low cost to everyone, SME and others. And at the same time, we need the private sector to operate it. I mean, to be flexible, to have agilities, and then to be very efficient in running the system. The private sector have to be running it. But we also having a problem of how to get people involved in the system, how to get the participation. So in Thailand is now, we are working to get the right balance between the public participation and the private sector participation, so that we can get all the benefit, incentive, so all would like to participate in this national platform. If we can do this, then we will probably be the trailblazer, and then we become the leading player in this field. So I have high hope for the team. Okay, please work harder. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have high hope for the team too. And how about Mr. Thatin, Mr. Yap, any final thoughts on how we can collaborate and strengthen this ecosystem?
Yes, so first a quick sell for fintechs. Fintechs are needed. Fintechs are able to build solutions that are used across organizations, financial institutions, across sectors, and across economies, right? When a financial institution builds its own system, it's typically for its own use, although there are some FIs that are offering the solutions it has built to other financial institutions. But fintech basically breaches gaps between financial institutions. So having said that, what are some of the things that the fintech sector needs? Now, the digitization of the trade ecosystem needs to happen.
Yes.
Fintechs alone cannot achieve this. So there are 4 things which I think are needed. First, fintechs need the input of financial institutions to develop their solutions, so that the solutions will be fit for market and will be adopted. Second, on regulation, there needs to be a fine balance between, or let me put it another way, regulation must not stifle innovation, right? So regulation ought to provide an enabling environment for fintech to thrive. Third, regulated entities like banks must be allowed to experiment with various fintech solutions, right? And they ought not to be expected to ask permission from the regulator each time they wish to try something new. And fourth, governments can avail funding to the fintech sector. An example is in Singapore, where there's availability of financial sector technology and innovation grant administered by the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Happy to say that Monetago has been a beneficiary of such grants, and such grants can be useful to be provided in various economies to promote the development of the fintech sector in those economies. And I'll just throw in a fifth one, support, including funding support from multilateral development banks, especially to promote the adoption of certain new innovative, useful technologies in the economies that they support.
Thank you. And Mr. Low, can hear your final thoughts on how you think local business, governments, and international stakeholders can cooperate and interact to digitize the trade activities?
Actually, to be honest, your question is a bit broad. Okay. Because there's no one single magic bullet that can actually answer a question. So the key is situational and depends on the particular scenario and as well as the dynamics. Yes. Because one of the panelists also mentioned that it's a complex project, NDTP involves many stakeholders, and often than not, you are actually fighting against the dynamics of the stakeholder. It's actually not about technology. Because today, technology can solve almost everything. I can even have a technology to recognize your face, whether mask or no mask, right? So it's typically the business interests, the dynamics among the group that actually you will spend 99% of your time dealing with in projects such as NDTP. Another gentleman also mentioned about supply chain financing and SME financial gap. Actually, it's not about whether the bank willing to finance a small player or not. Actually, there are only three things that the bank wants to know about: whether your trade is legit, number two, whether you can pay, and third, whether it's compliant. So maybe the cost of each transaction to the bank after all this is, say, $100, for example. And the SME is just wanting to lend like 5,000 US. So it does not make commercial sense to actually deal with that kind of market segment from a bank's perspective. So I think fundamentally, when we talk about trade digitalization, other than productivity gain, I think there's a limit as to how much cost you can reduce. But most importantly, for any platform to encourage adoption and participation, you need to show the platform user the money. Just learn from the ride-hailing platform, the taxi-hailing platform, why there are so many people willing to participate. Because they can earn money. I think that is the key motivation for any adoption. Right.
Thank you.
Yes, I would talk from the government side. Yeah. I think government side, we should put a lot of effort more on, three things. The first is about to provide the right infrastructure for the ecosystem. When I say infrastructure, that means hard infrastructure like the platform itself and cybersecurity thing. But not only the hard infrastructure, it's also the soft infrastructure, particularly legal infrastructure that Dr. Gopsak already mentioned. But let me tell you just a little good news that the government just currently enact the new bill on carrying out public service via electronic mechanism. So this has changed the way our government agency do on their daily work, into digital manner. So this bill will help us promote this initiative, I hope. Yeah. And the second thing that the government should speed up the process of digital transformation of government agency, both those digital services and the digitized data relevant to this platform. And the last one, I think is very important, that we need to be open for, private and public, to work together on like an open arena that we can discuss, we can talk, we can sort things out together. I think we should do that three things together to make this NDTP initiative reach their ultimate goal in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the challenge is really how to accelerate digitalization while promoting consistency across markets and jurisdictions. And so I think there are two things there. One is we need to work with international platforms. And that's why APEC and ASEAN are very important, because they can provide the platform to promote consistency while economies are developing their own systems. And the other thing is you need leadership. Because without leadership of some economies, it's very difficult to push. And I think, I'm very happy that in the case of trade digitalization, Thailand has really taken the lead and is really pushing to expand the collaboration beyond Singapore and to other ASEAN countries, and we're hoping that it could continue on to include APEC economies. The other platform I think that's important is the platform for public-private collaboration. And that's why in ABAC we suggested the establishment of APFF, because this is the platform where we bring in industry associations, we bring in individual firms, multilateral organizations to support the digitalization and promoting consistency. And I think we have the leadership. Kun Kobsak is the chair of APFF. He's involved in ABAC, he's involved in ASEAN. So I really hope that he could push for these things until they come true.
Thank you, all the panelists. Actually, our session has come to an end. And as evidence in our discussion, transforming into the digital trade can be very beneficial to countries, to regions, to both from public and private sector. But that also have a lot of challenges. But as we are here today, we know that those challenges are reachable. Actually, we are at the our very first step to achieve the goal that we all are looking for. And we see the cooperations and very insightful from all our stakeholders today. Me, as part of the working team, I'm so proud that we have gone through this project today, and I think I'm very hopeful that the digital trade connectivity will be expanded. And the next session, the first, if I can be the moderator for the first section again, next session we'll be talking about the connectivity on the regional or the globally level. And I think there will be a lot of stakeholders that will be involved in this project again. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful for all your precious time and experience that you have shared with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Somika Pakawat Wiwat, Dr. Kopsak Putrakun, Mr. Tan Yin Yap, Mr. Singh Yong Lo, Ms. Onfa Wechachiwa, and Mr. Julius Caesar Perennis. I just have a couple of very short announcements. The organizers of the symposium, Kun Somika and panelists, the organizers would like to present to you a symposium souvenir right now. So if you can just please make your way to the entrance to receive that as well. And another quick announcement also, for those of you who are here in attendance today, Unfortunately, we don't have a break, but we do have some facilities outside, including some snacks and coffee. Please feel free to make your way there as well. We will now commence our second session entitled Pilot Live, Proof of Concept and Lessons Learned. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kopsak Duongdi, who is the Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association. Mr. Kopsak Duongdi is also the Thai representative in APEC Business Advisory Council, or the ABAC, and ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or ASEAN BAC, and the chair of the Asia Pacific Financial Forum, or the APFF. Please help me welcome Mr. Kopsak Duongdi to the stage.
Thank you very much. Now we are in session 2. This is the session that we make the policy recommendations to be into action. So we have a very good an honor to have several panelists that flown in today just only for this one. And then we like to share with you about what we do in the pilot life and the POC between Thailand, Singapore, and Thailand and Japan. And at the same time, we will share about the lesson learned. So I would like to invite all the panelists in this session to be on stage, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm very delighted to introduce our panelists to you today. First is Ms. Shu Wai, Director Network Trade Platform of Office of Singapore Custom. Second is Mr. Sutaru Somiya, Managing Director and Head of CEO Office and Head of Global Alliance Business Department of Trade Wars. Third is Kun Pan Khair Nantavisai, Subject Matter Expert, Trade Digitization, Thai Bank Association, and Consultant Trade Digitization of National ITMX Company Limited. And third is Mr. Tepandra Lohumi, Chief Technology Officer, Betagro. And the last person is Mr. Ryosuke Katsuragi, Manager Planning and Management Group, Global Logistics Management Department, Toyota Tsusho Corporation. I would like to each of you to introduce yourself briefly for about 1 or 2 minutes each. Please, starting from Wai.
Thank you. My name is Wai. I'm currently with Singapore Customs, and I take care of the network trade platform, the NTP for short. Very similar to Thailand's NDTP. And I'm actually really glad to see new friends, friends I've met online, as well as some old friends, and to finally reconnect again, like Kun Kopsak. NTP is a platform that is owned and operated by the Singapore government, specifically Singapore Customs. And we have 3 focus areas. The first is to look at the digitalization of business to government transactions, not just to customs, but to the other trade regulators involved in trade. So for example, Singapore Food Authority, if you are trading in food. The second area of focus that we do on NTP is very important to trade, at least in Singapore, and it's G2G connection, cross-border G2G connection, because documents typically go from one country to another country. And if we can get that right, I think there will be lots of opportunities for us to help business community, businesses like yourselves, to be able to do better. And the third area that some of our panelists and colleagues spoke of earlier in the first session is about using data. And the third area of our focus is for us as government, the neutral convener, as well as custodian of data that we collect through government transactions, to provide some of that back into the business community, be it to banks, be it to logistics companies, to be able to use it so that they can transact better. Right? We broadly call this government data services. And around that would come with it the issues of consent, how we manage it, as well as control. Right? So these are some of the practical implications or the practical applications that we have on NTP to address some of the potential benefits as well as challenges that I think our colleagues in the first session talked about. Right, so that's NTP in a nutshell. We've got about 6,000 or so and counting companies on NTP today. There are government services, but there's also a range of B2B services available to our stakeholder companies.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Satoru Someya, the Managing Director of TradeWorks Inc., Japanese digital trade platform, and also the head of CEO's office and the head of the Global and Alliance Department. And I would like to introduce very shortly TradeWorks. This is a Japanese digital trade platform, same as Thailand's NDTP and Singapore's NTP. And we are utilizing the blockchain technology to connect all the trade industry players to one platform to fully digitalize the operation of trade. And we proved that 44% of trade operation can be improved by utilizing our trade platform and commercialized in this year and making the platform to expand not only in Japan but the international level. And our trade platform is organized by the 165 digital trade consortium, which is all Japan members. And we are now expanding the second to connect the other countries' platform to connect all the cross-border trade between two countries or multi-countries digital trade. And finally, we will utilize these kinds of the data to optimize the trade operations to the new level in the trade industry. That's kind. Yeah.
Thank you, Somiya, and thank you, Wai. Next, Kun Pankare, please.
Thank you. So in addition to what Kun Gopsak already mentioned of what I'm doing now, so I have been tasked with the job to get NDTP started, make progress on that, and to get phase 1 done, and it's done. So I'm so glad, right? So I don't think we need to explain about NDTP anymore. I think we explained enough about it. But the other part that I'm helping Thai Bankers Association and National ITMEX do is to build also another infrastructure for trade as well, but for domestic trade. So a platform called Prombest that's driven by Bank of Thailand and the Thai Bankers Association. Yes.
Thank you, Kun Pankare. But even though first phase finished, your job not finished yet.
Thank you. My name is Tapendra. I am a Chief Technology and Digital Officer for Beta Group. I am actually the beneficiary out of all of this work, so the business itself. I'm glad to be here and happy to share what we can as we were part of the pilot. And there are learnings which we have learned, but there are also benefits which we definitely would love to share.
Thank you. Mr. Sakyasi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katsuragi. I'm from Toyota Tsusho, Japan. Let me introduce Toyota Tsusho a little bit. Toyota Tsusho is one of the group company of Toyota Motor Corporation. Then we are a trading company, so we are handling not only auto parts, automotive parts, but also other various products like chemical, metal, food, apparel. Then we are now handling approximately 120,000 containers per year all over the world, including 19,000 containers between Japan and Thailand. So I'm so interested in these kind of digital trade activities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. After you introduce yourself, now let me ask, I think we have a VTR to show for 2 minutes.
We can just set the scene a little bit by just replaying the phase 1 part of the video that we showed earlier.
Yes, please. Do you have a VTR? I think by waiting for the VTR, let me go ahead to with my questions first. I think that the everyone know that the digital trade is very important. But let me ask you, what is the importance of the pilot life and POC between NDTP, trade wars, and NTP this time? Let's start with Somiya-san.
Thank you for your query. Yeah, as I mentioned, that one platform, digital trade platform, can improve the trade operation like the 44% in Japan. But if we connect to other countries' platform, that improvements can be much more better. And when we did POC with Thailand's NDTP in September, we could prove that more than 60% trade operation with the cross-border operation can be digitalized and also improved. And also in that POC, we could exchange the ECO as a certification origin. So next step, if we can use this certification origin data to write the Thailand customs or the other countries' custom, we can utilize this data to facilitate the EPA or the FTA, those kinds of the economic agreement with the country to country very easily. And the third step, this was the idea from the Toyota Tsusho-san. We calculated the CO2 emission between two countries, the logistic, utilizing other platforms cooperation. And we did calculate the CO2 emissions volume between the Thailand and Japan's trade one transaction utilizing data. So if we can collaborate with the other countries' platform and making the POC, we can evaluate this kind of the two countries' POC and the connections benefits very visually. So we can move forward to the next step because of the POC proof that kinds of the benefit and advantage for it. Yeah.
Thank you, Somiya-san. I think that for the benefit of the audience in this room, maybe Khun Pan-Khair just tell a little bit of what we do in the POC and pilot life. Okay.
Yes, I can do that. So just really to recap, right? So the phase 1 of NDTP that we have completed, working with Trade Walls and NTP of Singapore, as well as some beneficiaries, so we have built an NDTP platform, right, to connect. In phase 1, we connect with exporters and importers, and we connect with the other two platforms, and also the trade document registry, which is a platform for the bank to do the verification, right? So what we have done in phase 1 is that we have managed to cover 3 electronic documents, commercial documents, so e-purchase order, e-invoice, and e-packing list that is sent between Thailand and Japan and between Thailand and Singapore. So that was completed. So we worked on the electronic document, which we'll talk about later. And in addition to that, we have connected NDTP with trade document registry. So that banks, and we tested that, so bank actually comes in through TDR, trade document registry, to check whether the copy of invoice or other documents is there already or not NDTP. So is it there? Is it real? Is it, did the shipment happen or not? So that has been tested. So that is the scope of phase 1. So open account trade, import, export, Thailand, Japan, Thailand, Singapore corridor. And we have corporates. In Thailand, we do have PTT Global Chemical, PTTGC. We do have Unicord and Untitled Chapter for the Thailand-Japan corridor. And we have Beta Grow and Midpon for Thailand-Singapore corridor. So that is between these 5 Thai companies with their counterparties in the 2 countries. Yep.
Thank you.
So maybe I'll just add, right? I think we talked about the key factor of success as well. That how we completed the phase 1. I think for me is determination to make it happen, determination to collaborate, right? I think a lot of people already mentioned, Kun Onfa already mentioned, right? So we are working on something that's very new, right? So a lot of issues, a lot of obstacles to overcome, right? Which is quite normal. I think we're okay with that. We just overcome that. So we have to adjust actually along the way quite a lot.
Yeah. We had a lot of adjustments along the way.
Yeah, we have a lot of adjustment along the way, right? So I think particularly for Thailand, it's not done within a single company. I envied Someya Sang then because he's really operated within trade walls, while he was actually operating within NTP. We in Thailand, it's really various parties coming together voluntarily to work together to do this, right? So you can imagine, both the private sectors and public sectors as well. So, and different parties actually have different priorities, have different level of understanding. So I think that is quite, I would think that add to the challenge. But I'm happy today that we get to where we are today.
So I think the key word is determination. It's very important. Wai Yi, your question is same question is that what is the importance of POC and pilot life in your view?
I think what is really interesting about our relationship, and it's a long relationship, right? We've known each other quite a number of years, with trade walls as well. There are both local dynamics, and if you compare NTP, NDTP, trade walls, we all share the same vision. We all serve the same beneficiaries or the same type of beneficiaries, companies that we see today on stage with us who will benefit. But we've all taken very different approaches. And I think this collaboration, both the pilot and the POC, again, they've taken on different nature. So NDTP worked with trade walls, worked with us, but same but different. So in Singapore, we say same but different. And that's a very important lesson that we take away, and it's a key success factor. We must recognize that we share a vision, and that gives us the reason to come together to collaborate, gives us the motivation to overcome the disagreements and challenges that we encountered. But we also must recognize that we're all different. The environment we work in is different. The way we have chosen to structure ourselves is different. And those differences become stronger, become a point of strength when we can actually bring each of our expertise from our domestic environments and bring it together. Because there is no reason and no way NTP can come to Thailand and try to collaborate with businesses here without the expertise of NDTP. Same, we would not be able to do so with Japan without an able partner like Trade Walls. So I think in cross-border trade, this is very important. We are stronger because we work together, right? If we worked alone, then we would have some limitations. And I think that's a key, to me, that's a key factor of success, right? We share a vision, and we need to be able to put our strengths together.
Thank you very much. I think it's a lot of keywords in this one. And then it's very important to the success of the digital trade also. Collaboration, and also recognizing the difference, and then determination, I think are all major keywords. I think every economist who would like to do this, they have this. I think let's go to the next one. What are the good lessons learned from the POC and pilot life, and what are the major obstacles or difficulty in driving this regional digital trade connect? Maybe starting from Kun Panpak first.
Okay, lesson learned, right? I think it's recognized that interoperability is a challenge, and we must work on that, right? So I'll just share, I strongly agree with that, having hands-on experience, working with everyone actually on a phase one, right? So I think three things. The document standard, electronic document standards, right? When we started working, it just a very good time. DSI Standards Toolkit was launched. Pamela was very helpful. It helps us understand what standards are available, what it is that we're trying to work on. When it comes into really like working on it, right? I'll just take example actually of how we work with Sung trade walls, right? Both of us said we follow UNCFAT. But then when we look at the mapping of the fields, it's quite a lot of work into that because the difference in Thailand, we actually have to form a group, among the corporates, actually exporter importers, really understand what are the data fields that's needed. And we have to add on, in Thailand, we do have e-invoice already up and running, implemented for several years, follow UNCFAT. But it's different. Actually, it's add-on. International trade has more data than that, right? So we gathered that from the corporates in Thailand and said, okay, this is what we need. This is the length. And we need all this. When we worked with Sang, it was like, okay, he comes with his, and then he's already up and running. So we mapped the two. It took a lot of time. So it takes a lot of time. So I think the electronic document standards, great. DSI standards toolkit, as I said, I've been telling Pamela and Hannah at DSI, ICC DSI that we need something to help on implementation, perhaps some sort of implementation guide, right, to make it easier. There must be a way to do it easier. So that's one. On technical side, the file, right, I think it's easy. Like we want to use XML because in domestic trade, e-invoice, we are on XML. So Sang said, mine is JSON. Right? So I think it's easy. We just need a converter. I think we just do a converter, simple, easy. I think as Sriyon mentioned already, technical, I agree. Been saying that. Technical is easy. It's really like, what we agree upon, right? So the third one, perhaps it's not talked about as much, is the platform standards, right? Because import, export, right? And I think that's why you mentioned, right? In country, we need someone who actually really orchestrate and collaborate and connect with parties in Thailand. So we connect platform to platform. But the international trade, it gets the document has to come from one country, one platform, to another platform, to the beneficiaries on the other side, right? So how do we make sure, let's say NDTP, how do we make sure that the other platform is up to standards on whether it's security, whether it's process, or whether it's governance? Because when, let's say, Kun Tepen of Better Grow or Dr. Shusho Thailand come to us and send the documents, they want the e-document to be sent in order to their counterparties in the other country. They just don't want us, the NDTP, just to send it over to Sang, here it is, right? So I think platform standards is very important. We try to just do kind of like due diligence between ourselves, right? But I think this is another one that it will be good to actually have some sort of like a qualifying process or a standard ISO of some sort. I think that would be very helpful. I think that's a lesson learned. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what Pankhe mentioned is that the platform is very important. Actually, the platform operator is very important in terms of the reliability, trust, and also resilience, and a lot of things that you have to deal with the cybersecurity. This is one of the reasons why we asked the National ITMX, who is currently the switching or the platform for digital payment in Thailand, to do this work for us, because they already have international standards, they already have resilience, they have technologies, they have peoples and everything. So I think it's easy for us, and then it helped all the parties in Thailand that is involved have more trust in terms of using this. Now I'd like to go to Somya-san on the same questions, please.
Yeah. The lesson learned. Yeah, I learned a lot from this kind of platform to platform collaboration. But I want to emphasize that the lesson learned is respect is everything. As Wei-san said, that there is so many different like the cultures or the platform system or the API specification, everything, or data columns also. But if we want to collaborate, passionate to collaborate, we can have the discussion together, and including so many solution providers, like the engineers or sometimes the rule makers, and create the answer together. So we could making the bridge with the other platforms and making the POC, and also the proves the beneficiary to the users. So those kinds of is happening because we have the respect to each other. This kind of the APEC community or ASEAN community is also the respect community to each country. So lesson is respect. We need to collaborate and make with the respect and having the good future together. That is my lesson learned. So the difficulties is that kind of the different, but the different is difficulty, but we can overcome with respect. Yeah, that is my message.
Thank you. Wai?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think respect is one of those things. I think I learned the same lesson as Sumiya-san, because out of the differences, we have to respect each other's differences. But I think in that same regard, one of the key lessons I learned from the experience is interacting with our companies and comparing what stakeholder companies in Singapore wanted versus what some of their counterparties in the respective countries wanted. What motivated Singapore companies to participate in the pilot? Clearly very different from what Sumiya-san taught me about how Japanese companies are motivated. And therefore we started on different points, right? And I think with Thailand, we similarly had that difference. We talked so many times over so many calls about this is what Singapore companies are telling us. And then we hear back, okay, but this is what Thai companies are saying. I think the respect forms the foundation, but if there was one lesson we're going to take away and we're going to have to probably keep relearning, is that companies are very clear about what they need in order to do business better. We as intermediaries, as platforms, need to listen carefully to what they need, and then we need to find a way to bridge that and make it work. Not always an easy journey, but lessons learned, invest time. I think invest effort and understanding. And if it doesn't work the first time around, we need to go back and keep working on it, right? I think it didn't work. The first formulation didn't work. I have to be very clear. The first imagined formulation is not the eventual elegant solution that we have. And I think there'll be many more of that.
Thank you, Wai. Right now, before we go to the comments from the real sector, I understand that the VTR is already ready. Could you show the VTR, please? Thank you.
Thailand NDTP platform has been developed by National ITMX using blockchain technology to deliver the use cases in Phase 1 scope. POC and Pilot Life, together with Trade Walls of Japan and NTP of Singapore, have successfully been executed in September and October 2022. This Phase 1 scope includes implementation of standards for electronic commercial document, including electronic purchase order, electronic invoice, and electronic packing list. It also includes the authenticity verification of underlying document for financing by banks by way of connectivity between National Digital Trade Platform and Trade Document Registry. The platform connecting international trade financing banks, which has been operative to provide double financing checking for banks since early 2022.
Okay, this is give you a bit overview of what we do in POC and Parallel Life. Come to the real sector. This is only the Parallel Life and the POC, whereby we do only 3 documents. And you know that this is not yet commercialized at this moment. and is not fully utilized of the digitalization in case of yourself. Why do you decided to join the POC at Partner Life now? And the second question is that what are the good lessons learned from POC and Partner Life from the real sector viewpoint?
I can start first. So I think few things which I would like to talk about. Right? I think, again, other panelists already talked about it in a higher level, right? So I think digital is a basic. I think everybody needs digital, right? You can't even talk about anything without digital in these days, right? So that's one single thing which we all agree on, right? I think the second part about it is as it goes, and in being a technology and digital leader, what I see is whatever standardization you need to drive are very, very important when you talk about digital, right? Because I might be communicating something and on the other side, he might be listening completely different things, right? And hence, I think this standardization is really, really important and plays a very vital role. And I think that's what NDTP does. In reality, not just like across borders, which is even much more complex, right? And not just limiting to a country and what we are following in a country. Right? The second element, I think, as a part of digital, I think somebody in the last panel also talked about, it does not come as let's do digital. It also has some real return of investments, right? Why are we making that effort? Right? Be it productivity gains, which we get from the people who are doing that work, or be it a revenue, which is essentially we getting exposed to much bigger network and doing it much faster. Right? I think these are few motivations which I will very clearly lay down and say these are the ones which, apart from what all other things have been mentioned, I think during the day, do not want to repeat it, but these are the clear motivations, right? Driving standards, going from where we are to the next level, and specifically with the complications of cross-border, doing it much more higher level and much more faster, definitely brings a much more motivation for industry, specifically us.
Thank you, Mr. Penda. Next, please.
Yeah, as I said, Toyota Tsusho is handling a huge amount of money, huge amount of containers over the world. So then especially we're handling the Thai trading, so we decided to join this POC. And additionally, Toyota Tsusho is one of major shareholder of Trade World, so we decided. Then, as a lesson and learn, good point. Yeah, Toyota Tsusho achieved to change more than half of shipping documents paper to PDF. But still, we have to send the PDF by email separately the other shipping data. But through the POC, we could send attached to the certificate of origin to the other trading information at the same time. So that was very convenient. Then additionally, we logistics department is handling trading arrangement operation on behalf of sales department. We have 7 sales divisions, but sales representative is very really wants to know the progress of the trading. Documentation already finished. I sent a document to the consignees, so a lot of quotation come to our department. So if sales department can log in the platform like TradeWords by themselves, so they can understand, they recognize the progress of trading. Very convenient, I think. Then the improvement point, I can share the real voice more. So this time, for manual inputting the information in the TradeWords prepared excellent guideline for input. So we could have the training session before POC. So at the POC, we could input smoothly. But the real daily operation is different situation. Of course, we cannot have the training session. So I like a platformer to create a very clear inputting form to easily understand. And additionally, I'd like platformer to set the mandatory information or optional information, because when we input a certain data, we thought it was optional, but NDTP side, it was mandatory data. So we could not send smoothly at first. Then we could not the situation at the condition. Of course, in daily operation, we will not have the online conference to confirm the progress. Yeah. So I'd like you to discuss which is mandatory, which is optional. So this is our real voices.
Thank you. I think the real sector feel that digitalization is coming and you see the benefit of it. And you want to be part of the journey that we are working on at this moment, and so that it will be commercialized or it be in your real business life in the future. Thank you. Next question is how can we bring more stakeholders into the digital trade connectivity and to the success of the digital trade connectivity? Kun Pankhe.
First next time. Anyway, so I think stakeholders, right, when they look at this, anything actually, so the questions they ask is what's in there for me, and is it going to fly, right? So I think two things very important, right? So if you look at in-country, phase planning is very important, right? This international trade platform is very complex, as everyone knows. It's not going to be a big bang, right? So it has to be phase by phase. So we have to make sure that adoption in each phase is successful. Don't die along the way, right? I think number two is a cross-border interop. So we have to, I think key is to make it's easy with the tools and everything, just make it easy. So yeah, it's going to fly, I think for me.
Sorry. Thank you. And how do you bring more stakeholders into this picture, into the network? Maybe Somiya-san, you want to give the answer on this one?
Yeah. What I think, how to involve more stakeholders to this kind of the platform usage or the platform user. Yeah, this kind of the forum is one of the best attracting point, because we can say about the benefit and also who is operating the platform, and what is the vision to the digitalizing this kinds of trade. We can communicate to all over the world through this kind of the international conference. And also, if we can send this kind of the message that this big company is using this kind of the digital trade platform, everyone who is interested in the big company wants to use to collaborate with very excellent companies. So those kinds of the platform's message and also the user's voice, everything is combined as users of the trade platform, and also the trade platform connection can be increasing, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. Wai Yi, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, well, there's some really good points. There are probably in my mind when I think about expanding digital trade, there are two types of stakeholders. The first is beneficiary companies, right? And as Somiya-san said, it's very clear what they're looking for, right? They're looking for gains, and they lead by example, right? So they are trailblazers in the industry, and that gives confidence to everybody else. But there's a second group of stakeholders involved, and that is what I would call not just regulators, because I think governments around the world, including here in Thailand, understand the value and therefore are already making the push. The second set of stakeholders are actually the service providers that are part of this ecosystem. The service providers are here to fill essentially a gap. And as we change and as we digitalize, there's going to be some form of disruption to some of them. This is where we need to work in collaboration with these other stakeholders, but also in collaboration with the beneficiaries, right? Like companies like Beta Grow, companies like Toyota Shisho, because they have direct relations with these stakeholders. We want to help them digitalize as well. I think in the ideal state, these stakeholders digitalize, evolve, and become even better or more innovative service providers to the traders like the companies we have. I don't think anybody wants to see them go out of business. But there is that mindset change that is the other set of stakeholders that we sometimes forget about, the intermediaries. And if we really want mass adoption, I think we have to bring them along with us. Right? So that's kind of the inclusive part in a, not just win-win for the exporter and the importer, but it's a win-win-win-win-win. It's a win along the entire value chain. I think that's something we got to really pay some attention to.
Thank you, Wai. Actually, for us, we think that the intimidator or service provider are very important, because like the SMEs, you cannot expect them to know everything. You need somebody who knows and then can help them for them to be able to join the digital trade or digital transaction, and especially including the cross-border. So these service provider are very important in the future. And actually, for those intimidator right now, they can transform to be the service provider in the future also, especially to help the SMEs. My next question is to the real sector. What do you like to see it happen in the future, and how?
So I'll start. I think 2 points, right? So number one, I think we have been talking about the stakeholders. I think the ecosystem of stakeholders have to come together, right? And it's not just about companies sending and receiving and both parties, and also the stakeholders who can fill gaps, but it's also different government organizations, right? Different outside of government organizations as well, right? Just to give an example, right? If you're talking about, example, the business protein food, which the business Beta Grow gets in, or agriculture, there is an element of health certificate, example, right? So those needs to be recognized and just follow the similar standards we talked about in NDTP, which everybody gets on the same level, right? And hence becomes much more easier for the working party to adapt the system. Just very quickly go into adoption mode and say, yes, this is what we use, right? So that's one thing, and I know it's a much bigger umbrella, and I would definitely ask NDTP team to help there, and then definitely look forward to collaborate, right? So that's one. I think the second element, which is I would say a smaller element but important, is essentially enhancing the existing system, right? I think some of this we already talked about, like bringing standards in terms of sharing data, sharing the formats, cross-border formats, and so on. And then the second element of it, which is just reducing the complexity or making it much more user-friendly. Not to say that it's not, but to say that it has to continue improving, right? Because that's what brings a lot of external parties to come together, which will not only benefit one or two party, but all, right? And to collaborate further, right? These are the two things I would actually add from experience to take forward.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Karasugi-san. Thank you. Sorry.
To achieve complete digital trade, we have to do a lot of things to do. For shipper, we have to connect our system, documentation system, to the platformers by API integration. So, of course, it takes a certain money, not cheap, so we have to consider. Then I'd like each country's government to decide dispose all papers to achieve the complete digital trade. And another things, yeah. So this time, as Somiya-san mentioned, we tried the CO2 emission calculation by using another platform. So I think so many platforms will approach to NDTP and TradeWorld and other platformers because I think all shippers, all consignee will participate in the trade platform. So that means a lot of information, trade information will gather in the platform. So another platformer wants to get the information and wants to connect to your platformers. That means our business area, digital trade field, will expand broadly. So that means our work will become more convenient, more and more convenient. Yeah,
Thank you. We have only a few minutes left. Maybe last round of your comments, maybe about 1 minute each. Sorry. Starting by Yi.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing opportunity not just to be here in person, but to actually look at 3 platforms coming together, right? And that's, I think we have an opportunity in the very near future, right here in front of us, to leapfrog the process, right? Today we are paper, still largely paper. I think there's still a lot of trade that's paper. If we go into digital documents, that's a great step forward, but we also have an opportunity to leapfrog. I think data, structured data, gives us an incredible opportunity for us to leapfrog the current processes, change the way we do things, and perhaps with API connectivity, completely not have to log into a system, right? So my world is not just paperless. In my world, we will be portalless, appless, because everything will be in situ in whatever systems we use. That to me would be a true realization of digital data and digital trade.
Thank you. Sumya-san?
We will do the 3 actions. For Thailand, we did POC together, so we want to go to the commercialization, real usage of the users between 2 platforms. So we will do the questionnaires in our trade consortium in Japan in December, and making the list of the functionality which will be used by users and develop and go to the market. And the second one, we want to proceed Singapore and New Zealand and Australia. We are now establishing the API linkage, but not finished the POC yet. So we want to set the condition and going to the POC as Thailand and go to the market next level in 2023. And also we are now going to the Vietnam, Cambodia, or the Indonesia and the US, those kinds of countries. So we want to go to the API linkage and the POC level in 2023 or 2024 to integrate all the countries together. Yeah.
Thank you. Kun Pankaj krab.
Yeah. I think knowledge and experience sharing is very important. As I think Mr. Satvinder Singh has already said, right, other countries don't really have to go through what we have gone through already, right? So ICC is setting up a repository or mechanism for knowledge sharing, right? Chris Salworth has been talking about that, and I think it's coming up soon, April or something like that. So I think that's very good, and we'd like to contribute to that, right? I think that's one thing. Another thing that is very important, I think it's helpful, is if we can have like a mapping by country as to what has been done, what is going on in that country, so that we know, who to talk to in terms of working together. I think that would be very helpful as well. That's for me, last words. Thanks.
Thank you. Please, next.
So I think I would say, number one, we want to be part of all of this when you're talking about different countries. So in reality, see, Betagrow, if I talk about the company, we essentially export to 25, 30 countries, right, globally. And hence, I think this will be a lot of value, right? Because then you get, number one, what she talked about, the repository of different learnings and different things which we have done. And then second, all of this connectivity, right, which we talked about across different regions and countries. So I think that's definitely of a big value, and hence continue this work together.
Thank you so much. Lastly, Vice Kazakhstan.
Yeah, as I said, Toyota Tsusho is handling many cargoes all over the world. So if you have another POC in the different trade relating from Japan to other countries, and except for Japan, so we have the offshore business as well. So if possible, we'd like to contribute to join another POC. Yeah.
Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to conclude that in the APEC and in ASEAN, our priority is almost similar. Our surrounding the digitalization, inclusion, connectivity, sustainability, MSME, access, capacity building, and access to finance. The trade digitalization answer to those is an answer to all those things. And I think this is the things why we should promote the trade digital trade transformation and connectivity, and then work together between APEC and ASEAN so that we have just only a common standard, not different one. And then this is the things that we have to work fast in the future because technology is changing very fast. So I think we have to answer in terms of the customer expectation also. Lastly, I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists in this session for your valuable time that you spent with us today and for all your valuable comments that you gave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kopsak Duongdi, Ms. Y.E. Chu, Mr. Satoru Someya, Ms. Panka Nantawisai, Mr. Tapendra Lohumi, and Mr. Ryosuke Katsuraki. So as mentioned earlier, there has been a last-minute change to our agenda for today. Unfortunately, the Honorable Mr. John W.H. Denton and Dr. Put Amon Watsnanon are unable to attend our symposium today. So I'd like to welcome the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce of Thailand, Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda, who will introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Pamela Mar. Please help me welcome Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda to the stage.
Sawasdee krab ท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านครับ We are a little bit late, so I'll try to make it fast. Good afternoon, Excellency, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, and the member of the press. On behalf of ICC Chamber of Commerce, ICC Thailand, we are pleased to be co-organize the Digital Trade Transformation Symposium, and I also heard that ICC has been mentioned, DSI has been mentioned many times on the stage, so I will give some of the background of the ICC. The International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC, is the world's largest business organization. It was set up in 1919, so it's 104 years ago. Now with a global reach to over 4 million members in 100 countries around the world, ICC members include many the world leading company, including SME, business association, and also local chamber of commerce. With the headquarters is in Paris, France, ICC work to promote international trade, responsible business conduct, and a global approach to regulate. In addition, to provide market-leading dispute resolution service, or called ICC arbitration. I hope I hope that you don't use that, but if you use that, so it would be our pleasure to support. A mission to make business is work for everyone, every day, and everywhere. ICC represent business interests at the highest level of the intergovernment decision-making, whether at the World Trade Organization, we have the permanent seat in United Nations, and also at G20. to ensuring that the voice of business is heard and respond to the needs of any stakeholder involved in international commerce. ICC Thailand, as a part and member of ICC Global Network, the ICC Thailand was founded more than 20 years ago in 1999 by the Joint Standing Committee on Commerce, Industry and Banking, as you may know, the Board of Trade and the Federation of Thai Industry and the Thai Banker Association, to be the organization that represents the interests of business in Thailand in the international market economy. ICC Thailand provides channel of communication and opportunity for local business in Thailand, and also member to voice out their concern to the international business community or the intergovernmental organization through ICC headquarters. Currently, ICC Thailand managed through special commissions, arbitration, banking commission, energy environment, and others. Through the commission, ICC Thailand facilitate a number of business concerns on international trade rules and regulations raised by business in Thailand and share to the ICC Global Network the ICC voluntary rules by which business is conducted every day from internationally recognized Incoterm or Incoterm 2020 now, such as the term FOB-CIF, to the UCP 600 Uniform Rule Custom and Practice for Documentary Credit, or a set of rules for LC or letter of credit that are widely used in international finance. ICC Thailand also aims to support Thai entrepreneurs to the international standard level by providing capability enhancement and network. That is enough for the background of ICC and ICC Thailand. Now, looking forward, ICC see that nowadays digital trade play more and more important role in international trade, especially during the COVID, and the technology is there. Therefore, ICC Digital Standard Initiative, or DSI, that has been mentioned many times on the stage, which aim to accelerate the development of globally harmonized digitized trade environment, was set up. The DSI is a public-private partnership supported by ICC, ASEAN Development Bank, World Trade Organization, and Singaporean government. In short, ICC is a rule-based organization for international trade. Incoterm, LC, arbitration, and now digital standard. So we are open to all businesses. We are connect business together, and we balance the private sectors and also public sector policy. If you need more information, you can Google ICC or ICC Thailand in Google, all right? Today, we have an honor that the Managing Director of the ICC Digital Standard Initiative, DSI, Ms. Pamela Ma, has opportunity to join us. Let me give the background of Pamela. She brings over 20 years of experience working across global supply chain prior to join the DSI. Pamela was Executive Vice President for Supply Chain Future and then Executive Vice President for Knowledge and Application for the Fung Group, a Hong Kong-based multinational supply chain. She was named one of an Asia 10A list sustainability leader in 2019 and is recognized as an industrial leader in the area. Prior to move to Hong Kong, Pamela was based in Shenzhen, China, as a director of global finance. It's a Chinese well-known company, TCL Multimedia Technology. Pamela ran Greater China for the World Economic Forum in Geneva. She was born in New York, but spent most of her time, majority of her time, and her life abroad in Bangkok, London, Geneva, China, Hong Kong, and now in Singapore. Please join me to welcome Pamela May, Managing Director of ICC DSI. Pamela, please.
Hi, everyone. After that introduction of ICC, I wish I could give you the Secretary General of ICC. But unfortunately, he is en route to Bangkok. He's been in Bali with the G20, and before that, Sharm el-Sheikh. But I can't give you him, so you're stuck with me. Let me try not to bore you. But what I bring from the DSI is actually really relevant to what we've been talking about today. So for those of you who don't know, just to elaborate a bit on what we do, DSI, we're based in Singapore, but basically we're creating global standards for trade digitalization. And if you think of the supply chain, I mean, standards have been mentioned a couple times this afternoon. And so there's multiple digital versions and then multiple PDF versions of different documents on the supply chain. There's around 40 different documents which are listed in a very handy list at the end of an SCAP and WTO report. So we're plowing through that list. And we've chosen 8 to begin with. So these are the 8 most common, certificates of origin, warehouse receipts, insurance certificate, and so on. And we are gathering the industry players who are prominently using these documents, and we're basically trying to encourage them, or in some cases, using a bit of pressure to harmonize. And by harmonize, what I mean is not creating a new form, but rather enabling us to go from paper and PDF to data. So this involves common data set, consensus data set, which will enable computers to talk to each other and improve and expedite some of the processes along the supply chain. So our estimate is that we can actually release the first set of standards in January 2023. That's in around 6 weeks' time. And what we hope will happen is that there will be a period of piloting by the very industry associations who have helped to create these digitalized trade documents. And then we'll do a feedback loop 3 to 6 months, and we'll finalize a standard. And this will become the basis for a DSI digital trade ready supply chain certification. So that's what we do. And the industry associations that we work with to develop these standards, they're not, they're ones that you are very familiar with, GS1, DCSA, UN CFAT, and WTO, and the World Customs Organization. So they're both industry and also public sector. Today we've talked about, and when I listen to everything that's happened in Thailand and in the rest of Asia today, it's like a case study on how to push forward digital trade. We're doing everything right. So you do the legal environment, legal reform, standards development, platforms, creating technology platforms, and networking up technology platforms. You do the pilot, collaborate really widely, and obviously the next step is to fix, to iterate, take the feedback, and then really operationalize. And I have no doubt that the operationalization and the adoption and the scaling, this will take place, because right now we have a lot of confidence. Public and private sector are really aligned. And so we will get to a digitalized trading environment in the areas where we've been piloting. And this is, for me, it's not any question. I'll say something about the pace of progress later on. But now I think is a really good time, and it's not just because I've recently joined the DSI 2 months ago, but I think it's a really good time because we've got all this experience and confidence and collaboration spirit beneath, with us, that let's take a look at some of the impact that we could probably have. Because everyone says that a digital trade system is the key to inclusive growth and a greener trading system. And yet, none of this is a sure thing, right? We have to use policy, and we have to use deliberate actions to bake in the good impacts that we want to see. And I only need to point to globalization. Everyone said globalization is going to be the great leveler. It's going to, lift millions of people out of poverty, and which it did. But then look, we have all these other problems that were created by globalization. And same for, many other technology advances. The same thing happens with technology for sustainable development. It's supposed to, cut carbon emissions, and instead what we have is back, the bullwhip effect, where implementation breeds other problems. So I really believe that if we want a digital trade system to be the driver of inclusive sustainable growth, we actually have to deliberately make sure that it delivers that. And so I'm going to offer a couple suggestions to enable us, or to encourage us, to be a bit ambitious in thinking, how do we solve the problems which are still here today of inclusivity and sustainability, even after the COVID was supposed to wake us all up. So with regard to SMEs, there's a giant capacity gap in the SME's level of digitalization. I only need to point to things like the level of digitalization, the level of employee education that SMEs have access to, and their rate of expansion. Everyone says, okay, SMEs are over 90% of the jobs, but in fact, their economic output is underweighted. So I think, we need to address the capacity gap within SMEs. We need to give them, we need to raise educational standards. The ICC is starting centers of entrepreneurship, which are meant to build capacity within the SME community. There's one in Asia already, in Jakarta. In Thailand, hopefully there will soon be one. The discussions are already taken place. There's organizations which you can all support, like the Asian Trade Center based in Singapore, which work directly with SMEs to build capacity. We have launched a digital trade certificate, which is online, totally on-demand, self-study, 5 hours, which will educate people on what digital trade is. But when you ask SMEs, what do you need in your business, they never mention capacity building. I mean, looking at SMEs, we always say, like throw 1,000 PowerPoints at them and, things will be fine. And I mean, capacity building helps, no doubt, but it's not sufficient. So last year, I worked with a bunch of companies, including HSBC and so on, and for the ICC on an initiative called the Advisory Group on Trade Finance. And our goal was, in the middle of COVID, to figure out what do we have to do to close the trade finance gap in the emerging markets. And working with McKenzie, we basically interviewed, we took 12 export-intensive, export-reliant emerging markets, and we looked at 5 sectors which are particularly export-intensive. And then we selected out, we got 60 to 70 SMEs, and we actually interviewed them on, like, what do you need, right? And all of them said trade finance. We can't get financing for trade. We can't, we can't execute transactions because we don't have access to financing, or if I only have finance, I only have it for one buyer and not the others. And it's really difficult because there's no way, like I don't have collateral, I don't have big balance sheet, and so on. And so, except there was one exception of the 12 countries. That country was China. Okay, so in the middle of COVID, none of the Chinese suppliers, and they're the same sectors, same size, none of them said, we asked, do you have a problem on trade finance? And they all said, no, we're fine. Local banks have offered us plenty of trade finance through the COVID period. And so, the reason is that the Chinese government made it a policy priority that they were not going to let trade finance be what is causing SMEs to go under. And I think this is it's not coincidental. You know, the Chinese government at the local level has been very, very active in supporting SMEs. They do training, subsidies, encouragement, technical assistance, and also trade finance. Now, I'm not saying that every Asian government needs to go to the same length, but what I'm saying is that anomalies on the positive side can be predicted. Okay, so that if you want a certain outcome, we have to actually make it happen ourselves. So on the finance, I would, this is, there's a lot of bankers in the room. I want to, make another plea to you that as we digitalize trade, take that data and start using it to assess SMEs in real time and using different criteria. And I know that there's a lot of regulatory barriers in how you're regulated. But the central bank and the banking regulators need to hear it from you that what's holding you back on SME finance. And I know you all want to finance SMEs more, but you need the right risk conditions, you need the right data, and so on. So today, as we move to a digital trade era, like those data are becoming available. You can encourage a regulator to set up something called this, like what the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has established with the commercial data interchange, where they basically aggregate data from across the SME universe and make it available to financial institutions specifically for the purpose of accelerating financing of SMEs. And the SMEs have every right to say who gets it and who doesn't. But this is something that is developed by the authorities. I'm saying that actually, from what we've seen in the private sector in Thailand, you can actually develop it between, within the banking sector itself. It is such a powerful tool because it enables trusted data from over 40 or 50 different sources, including government sources, but also private sector sources, including like shopping platforms and so on, because anything that attests to the creditworthiness of an SME is fair game. So, that's just one suggestion on how do we begin to rethink this issue of trade finance for SMEs. All right, so I recognize that actually there's not a lot of SMEs in the room and that most of what is here is actually big companies. So the next suggestion is actually for you. And it refers back to what was in the video about digital trade being a creator of a sustainable, greener future. Obviously, there's a paper effect, okay, but that's probably not the biggest positive environmental impact. I would say that right now, there's millions or trillions of dollars being earmarked for sustainable finance by asset managers and financial institutions. They've all committed to get out of fossil fuel and put more money into ESG positive investment. And today, actually last week, the ICC launched a standard for sustainable trade finance. So it's a very simple standard that uses existing credentials, green credentials of suppliers, buyers, shippers, and the end user. Okay, so that you can actually say a cotton t-shirt that is made with certain raw materials by a certain supplier with a green credential and bought by a brand with a certain green credential, that this is actually can be credentialed as sustainable trade and therefore have access to sustainable finance pools. There's a huge amount of data that is needed for something like this, and it all needs to be verified. But now that we're moving into the digital trade era, we actually have that data available to be networked in, except that banks and financial institutions actually have to commit to do that, okay? And the data holders, including the government and the private sector, actually have to say, okay, you can use my data to credential trade transactions as sustainable. And this would also be a huge progress because then a lot of the sustainable trade products can actually be financed. Money is available. Data is now available. So I guess my appeal to you as large financial institutions and large buyers and traders is be really ambitious. Can you network in sustainable trade transactions to your supply chain? Can you set a target? Say, I want 25% of my supply chain throughput to be credentialed as sustainable. It requires big players to actually make those commitments and signal to the market that it's actually possible. And so, I'm going to give the example of there's an Indian manufacturer, one of the biggest, they're not an SME, but because they have over 50 factories and like 300,000 workers. A couple of years ago, they decided that they want to make a net zero commitment and become fueled by renewable power. And that was at a time India didn't make solar panels. Obviously, the grid in India was not ready for renewables. There was no feed-in law or anything. But this company, they were really ambitious, and they went out and they got the financing. And today they are fueled. They basically built their own solar fields. And today they're fueled 75% by renewable energy. They have 50 factories. Okay, they're apparel factories, not like heavy installation, but it proves that if you're ambitious and you're big, you can actually do quite a lot to go around and to create your own reality. And so, that's my kind of plea to you as, you are big companies and you hold the future of this economy in your hands. And your example will be recognized by a lot of SMEs. So, let's be daring together. So to close, I would like to be optimistic. And I would also like to recognize that so much great progress has been made by, the people in this room in terms of, trade walls and NDP and so on. And yet, we also have to step back and say, okay, today actually only 5% of the bills of lading are digital. There's another 28% which are, both two-tracked. So one digital version, one paper version, just because the protection's not there. But, e-bill of lading was actually founded in the 1990s. But, we're not going to say that it's going to take 20 years to get to 5%. In 2021 is when companies got the protection of legal protection for using bills of lading. But it's still taken a year to get to a couple low percentage points. And so, if we really want to get to 70 to 80% digital trade within 5 years, which is our kind of DSI goal, we really have to begin thinking differently about how we do things. And it cannot just be, let me put this into another normal business process. We have to look outside, and it reminds me of this video on YouTube. It's it's called the Google Moonshot video. I would encourage everyone to go watch it. And basically the principle is that there's a quote, and the guy is, the engineer is talking about cars. He said, if you want, today we are able to have a car that goes 500 miles on a single tank of gasoline, okay? And we can continue to improve on that. But if you tell me that we need a car to go 500 miles on 1 gallon, you have to think differently. So I would like to close by saying that we have to begin thinking differently about how we're doing things. Pilots, adoption, iteration, feedback loops, that's all good, and we need to continue to do that. But we also need to look inside ourselves and outside ourselves to really figure out what is the thing that we can do differently tomorrow in order that we may really step up the pace. Today we're at 5% EBLs, and EBLs, the most digital version of any of these trade documents on the supply chain. The actual rate of digitalization in the supply chain is still 1%. Okay, we don't have, 100 years to get to 100%. So, I mean, I don't know the answer, but I know that if we work together with that open, collaborative, daring, ambitious spirit that we've seen in Thailand and all around, APEC, that we could actually make a lot of headway on that. And so I'm really looking forward to, the panel, but B, working together with everybody in order to really start to drive change and do things really differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pamela Mar. And thank you, Mr. Suriyon Tuchinda. We will now commence our third and final session today, entitled, How Can We Advance Digital Trade Transformation and Connectivity and Recommendations for Next Steps. This session will be moderated by Mr. Gil Gonzalez, who is the Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or the ASEAN BAC. Mr. Gil Gonzalez will be joined by Ms. Pamela Mar, who I guess will be doing back-to-back sessions, Ms. Yuni Jeong, Dr. Chaichana Mitrapan, Mr. Jarampon Jyoti Ka Satyan, and Mr. Pantong Loy Gunnan. Please help me welcome Mr. Gil Gonzalez to the stage.
Hello. So good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying on, and I hope you'll finish the end of the session. So I'm very happy to moderate this very last session. So as you know, I think this session will be a bit more focused on what's the next steps. So there's no need for further convincing that we need this digital trade ecosystem that we were fully convinced that it's not just for margins, but also for survival. And we know the vision that at some point we need to see this digital ecosystem, which is interoperable, trusted, secured, green, what else? Inclusive, and so on and so forth. And we've heard in the last panels, what are the challenges, and we know them. The beauty of knowing the challenges, we know where we take off. The technology turnover, stakeholders' buy-ins, the standards, the constituents, the commitments, diversity, capacity, and so on and so forth. But for this session, we focus on what do we do next. And I'm very pleased with our lineup this afternoon, because you have Pam, and you've heard her very comprehensive keynote. And also, we have Juni from ADB. Between ADB and DSI, you have the global, regional, big picture, okay? Because they are the knowledge and strategic driver of digital trade. So they play very critical roles. Now, on the other side is the public sector. So we have the critical agency, which is customs, okay? And that is Mr. Fantong. So we'll tell us what's happening in customs, modernization, and how do we lead to that vision. On top of that, we have Dr. Mitrapan, who is from the ministry. So the full backing of digital is on the stage today, and trade is just one of his portfolio. He cuts across all sectors in the economy. And of course, last but not least, we have Mr. Champorn, who's from the private sector, okay? He's from the banking side, Executive Director, Bangkok Public Company, and at one time, the head of the Securities and Exchange Commission. So he wears two hats. He's like the bridge between our knowledge partners, the private sector, and the public sector. So, okay, the format is very simple. So we just have 3 questions to cover in less than 50 minutes. 3 generic questions. So the first is what? What do you do? Okay, and I think, Pam, you already gave us quite a lot there. What do you do, so we get an understanding of where you're coming from? And what do you see, what do you want to see in 3 years? 2025. Why 2025? Because that's the time that the AEC Strategic Action Plan will conclude. And we want to see, you know, as Pam was saying, let's be ambitious, but business wants to see a timeline, okay? Because we're very impatient. Private sector, very impatient. What do you want to see, okay? It's like what in your respective jurisdictions, what is it that you're dreaming about to happen? And the second round of questions is the how. And the third question is the now, okay? Very simple framework. So let me start with, okay, Pam, so 2025, what do you want to see?
I want to see 70 to 80% of trade digitalized, at least in Asia, if not the world.
You have 3 minutes. Finish it. You can do 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know, standards adoption, a lot of piloting. I want to see digitalization actually reaching the least advanced areas of the supply chain, including the emerging markets. And I'm talking about tiers 2, 3, and 4, which were referred to in the ABAC report to the finance ministers. So, I think that's enough.
That will make you happy.
More on the how.
Okay. The other reason why 2025 is that, you know, in the ASEAN process, if you come up with a vision, then people work on how do you get there, right? So if we're talking of Malaysia, will be the chair of ASEAN, once they agree on these deliverables, they'll make it their, their agenda. And they're happy, oh, we should launch something during my chairmanship on this. And then the bureaucracy works, okay? That's another part of the strategy. Okay, Uni?
So ICC is a strategic partner of ADB on DSI, so I want what Pam wants in 5 years, and continue to be the strategic partner and co-sponsors, along with so many other players that are involved in advancing DSI initiative. Let me also answer the first part of the question, which is who we are and why we are here and why we care. At least that's how I interpreted your question, Mr. Hill. So ADB is an international financial institute and encompasses 68 member countries with 41 being in the region. And what we do is in service of socio-economic development of our member countries. And we do that by providing loans, technical assistance, grants, as well as equity investment, and again, in service of our developing member countries. I guess what ADB is known for in this crowd is our trade and supply chain finance program run by our good colleague, Stephen Beck. He couldn't be here, so we, as an internal partner of his team, are here to represent. And I'll try not to disappoint, but I am really not an expert, so please don't ask me difficult questions, is my personal plea. The achievement that the trade and supply chain finance program has been able to achieve is pretty impressive, and not to pat our own shoulders, but between 2009 and 2021, the transactions that we were able to support amounts to 56 billion. And then the number of transactions that ADB supported in those time period is close to 60K transactions. And more importantly, 60% of which were SME related. And I think that the figure is important because it signifies what we're able to do when we try to bake in the impact that Pamela mentioned, but also the road ahead, how much more we need to go. And I think we've just concluded gender auditing of these financial transactions, and I haven't been able to get to the numbers, but if I were to add more ambitions for the next 5 years, is really significantly increasing women-led, women-owned MSMEs being part of our program. Okay. What else? So TSCFP, it's a big acronym, is just one of the initiatives that ADB does in support of digitalization of trade. We actually like to say 3 dimensions. We like to organize our work in 3 dimensions: upstream, midstream, and downstream. And our support for ICC as well would actually fall under the upstream work, where it's more advocacy, knowledge creation, and supporting policy dialogues and standard setting. Midstream is where my team, which is Digital Technology for Development, is involved, is for technical assistance for policy reform at the national level. And I can talk about it a bit more later on when you talk about our future or how part. But we're also involved in, outside of the transaction support itself, we also provide loans and technical assistance for countries to implement programs such as National Single Window. And we just recently signed one with Maldives, for example, that runs to 10 million. Right? So we are a serious player in digital trade and in expanding digitalization of trade, and we'll continue to do so. But we also know that what got us here is not going to get us where we really need to go. So we are very, very thankful for partners like ICC that help point to the North Star where we need to go. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Junie. Dr. Michopan?
Yes. I'm from the government organization. It's ETDA, Electronic Transactions Development Agency, which is an organization under the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society. Well, basically what government does, basically 2 things: regulate or facilitate. In this area, we actually do both, but we do more on the facilitation. When the Joint Standing Committee on Commerce, Industry, and Banking came and talked to us about 3 or 4 years ago and asked us how could we contribute to this NDTP project, we said, well, our task initially was to provide the legal infrastructure. And actually, that was enabled about 20 years ago when we adopted the UN model law on e-commerce and on electronic signature, and later on the UN Convention on Electronic Contract. And now we are in the process of adopting IDM and trust services, which is a draft model law on UN, and ETR, Electronic Transferable Record. So this is what we do to facilitate the digital trade development in Thailand and also in the region. The second thing that we facilitate is we issue necessary standards, like the one that's exchanged on the NDTP project, the packing list, electronic invoice, or purchase order. We design the standard of the document based on UN CFAC model. So that's the facilitation side. And on the regulation side, we are looking at the digital identity, which is, I think, very crucial for cross-border transactions, because we want to know exactly who we are dealing with. And in Thailand, we want to make sure that at least Thai citizen, Thai business entity is trustworthy. They are exactly who they claim to be. And that's the area that we come for regulation. That's who we are. What I want to see 3 years from now, since we have been working in this area, I agree with Pam that we have to go with the loop, the pilot, the feedback, within this 3 years, we hope that at least in Thailand, in the region, ASEAN, APEC, we have harmonized law, which is the legal infrastructure that enable legal document exchange. We have harmonized standards to enable straight-through processing. Document or data from Thailand to Singapore, to Japan, to ASEAN member state or APEC economies should not have to be translated, ideally. So in 3 years, we hope to have harmonized law, harmonized standards, and we have a group of early adopter, maybe a big company, and we find a way to bridge the gap between a big player and the SME. That's my hope.
Wonderful, 2025. Actually, the next question is on the how do we get there?
Very difficult.
Mr. Champon.
Okay, from the Bangkok Bank. So Bangkok Bank, as one of the regional leading bank, have presence in 9 countries, and we have a special emphasis on the trade finance. So what we've been doing in the past couple of years is pioneering the DLT platform for trade finance. So basically, what we have been able to achieve, but only on the tiny part of the trade finance, which is on the LC process, the letter of credit. We're able to achieve 10 times, or 1/10 of the time, the lapse time that it used to do before using this technology. So that's how we try to adopt the new technology to solve the pain point of our customer. And also on the other thing that we do is, well, we definitely participate in the NDTP project, and we participate in most of the working stream and part of the pilot program here. If you ask me what I like to see in the next 5 years, is basically would be nice to see interoperable platform with the supporting legal framework and with the supporting standard and supporting processes, so that we could achieve at least an order of magnitude improvement of whatever we do today. At least similar to what we did on the pilot. If we can achieve 1/10, that's a good target to shoot for. Thank you.
Thank you. And now from Customs, Mr. Phan.
Okay. I'm from Custom. What we do is what Custom all over the world does. We, of course, collect duty and taxes, and also we facilitate the import-export. But what we involve here is that almost 17 years ago, the government assigned us to be the national single window developer. That's what we involve here. And in the past, I would say that before you can do the trading, before you can import exporting, you have to go from one agency to another agency to ask for paper, the license permit from one paper, and you go to send the request, application for it, and then you come back, you get it, and you come to custom to send it to custom in order to import or export. That's why the custom involved here. The government said, okay, you have to do G2G. That's why it's starting point, but it's long ago. And what I heard from my previous panelists today, I feel restful and relaxed, because the NDTP is moving at a lot faster speed than the government does in the past. You know, in the past we spent almost 15, 16 years in order to get 34 government agencies who regulate the import-export to be together in the platform. And now today we have around 120 million transactions pass through national single window as of today. And that's what we do. And in addition to that, we are further, not only in Thailand, but we do in charge of participating in ASEAN single window. Now we develop we exchange the document through ASEAN single window. We exchange what we call Adhika Form D, the Form D that you entitled to get the tax duty and tax exemption. And also in the future, as my previous panelists mentioned, we're gonna expand the scope of document exchange to the ASEAN single window, which are the ASEAN custom declaration document and e-phytosanitary. That's what we do. But if you ask me what I dream of, I would like to dream big, and like Pamela said, I would like to be optimistic. In next 3 years, I would like to see all the documents related to the importation and exportation are all in the electronic version. And all the document is a single entry or single submission. So you don't have to re-key it or re-application it from one government agency to another government agency. You just send it one time to the national single window, and it's distributed to all agency that regulate that product, and then send back to the custom, and then you can pay duty and taxes, or you can export things, import things. And the NSW, National Single Window Platform, is linked to the NDTP that my previous panelists mentioned. So all I dream of is all in electronic form and linked together. So it's expedite the time and save cost for the big business and also small business as well. That's what I dream of. Yeah.
Thank you. I think all of us are very happy with what we've just heard. Huh? I think they're ambitious enough. And, actually all of us have to be thankful with all of you because, DSI, ADB, NDTP, Thailand, you're really making life easy for us. And you're not giving us any reason not to catch up. As you know, National Single Window, ASEAN Single Window, I understand is a 16, 17-year project. Okay? So if you want to temper your expectations and so on and so forth, but we've had now all the lessons learned, and they are providing, the wherewithal, the different steps that we have to take to make things easier for all of us. Now, the next question of how, I think, is a bit unfair because there's a lot of subsectors in each of the things that you mentioned. So just give us your top 5 of, through your institutions, how do we get to that dream by 2025, the one that you mentioned, so we could really take note? And as you know, DSG Satvinder is here. It's like talking to ASEAN. So the leaders, they can be transmitted in the form of recommendations. And I guess not just ASEAN, we're talking of APEC. So this is a real humongous undertaking. But we have to start with the next steps, the baby steps. So again, bam.
So I think it's pretty clear we need regulatory reform, as Satvinder pointed out, and others. We, DSI, are going to push hard to digitalize those key trade documents and to put those out and to build educational tools that will educate people on how to actually use them. And we are also going to work hard to define and implement the technology requirements for managing trade data in a trusted and interoperable manner. I think, more generally, we need to, like I said, really drive forward innovation. Today, innovation doesn't take place in a really sequential kind of closed format like it used to. Innovation takes place in the public domain. Okay, you need to get out an MVP, a minimum viable product. You need to test it, you need to trash it or iterate it, and then you need to basically keep improving and put evolution into the product or service itself. And so when we write a standard today, we need to make that standard self-evolutionary and self-fixing, which sounds really difficult, and I no doubt that it will be, but that's how things function because technology is always evolving. I guess the fourth thing is, we need to collaborate really widely because we don't have all the answers. And I think the Thai example shows that what you get when you collaborate is you get like much more than the sum of the parts. And this is something everyone knows intellectually, but we need to actually practice it, and we need to remain open that someone who you didn't think is actually having anything to do with what you're doing could actually be the answer. That's what the MIT Media Lab taught us, is that you can put like psychology and physics together and you get magic. So look beyond your adjacent usual comfort zone type of partners and try to seek answers and solutions elsewhere. The last thing is something really practical, and it's the legal entity identifiers. And the glyph was created a couple years ago. Today, there's around 2 million glyphs around legal entity identifiers that have been issued. And it's not enough. Like, there's hundreds of millions of SMEs which could use it. And moreover, of the 2 million, most of them aren't even SMEs. And so, I don't think we can wait for government to require LEIs. It won't happen in our lifetimes. But I would like to challenge the private sector, and especially financial institutions and supply chain partners, to say, okay, what can you do to accelerate the adoption of glyph? Because legal entity identifier is the cornerstone of a data ecosystem and a digital trade ecosystem, because you can have a lot of trade data and harmonized data, but if you don't know where it's coming from, you don't have anything. Okay, so we have to secure this with LEIs. And so, an LEI is not expensive, but if you're an SME, $60 to $100 US every year, you need to know what you're going to get for that. And today there's not a lot. So I would like to challenge, financial institutions. You're always offering consumers like shopping coupons and money back and this bonus and that bonus. Why not just bring the SMEs to your bank and say, okay, if you bank with us, we'll give you an LEI, right? It's so cheap in the context of the business that you're going to be doing for them. Same with supply chain service providers. Come, service with me, be my client, I'll give you an LEI. You could wrap up the entire SME universe in your country by just doing this. It's actually a bundle. You're growing your own pie. So, that's just one idea. It's always easy to say what other people should do. So, I'm guilty of that in this instance. But, that's the kind of idea that we need to think. So don't think in terms of your, usual, investment return time frame. Everything these days, you got to do it in the ecosystem manner. So, that's a couple of my ideas.
Great. Yeah. Judy?
How I could talk for hours on how we could work on this now, because I'm a specialist, because I think, one, the way ADB approaches any development challenge is really an ecosystem approach. We have sectoral and thematic groups that try to tackle the problem through the problem, as well as things that are interdependent to the problem, so around the problem as well. But let me just give one particular tool that we have in our disposal that we are starting to use more effectively, which is policy reform and policy advisory. Very recently, our team worked with Ministry of Information and Communications of Vietnam to support their request in bringing in best practices, because they were looking at upgrading their e-transaction law, right? And it's a big ask. Context matters, as well as the ecosystem that Vietnam is in, as well as all the other international standards and dialogues that are ongoing, all matter, right? And when our team's fairly new, and turns out ADB has been doing something like this for a very long time, but not very effectively. So to Pamela's point on sort of looking in and how we can deliver that better, we are working with the CPEC's team on the trade finance, and took reference from their MLITA policy adoption program to make sure that we know what we need to reference in terms of cross-border trade and the standards that we would like to recommend. We're also working with our general counsel, who've had a very legal capacity building program in many different countries in upgrading their legal framework, especially around e-commerce. So I guess what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve is also integrated approach, bringing in experts within ADB together for a very unique tool that ADB has, which is policy reform. And it's both carrot and a stick. It's a carrot because we are providing that expertise and support. At the same time, it can lead to what we call a policy-based lending, meaning if they are serious about the reform, then we're able to support resources for them to do so, but with certain conditions, right? So it's a very exciting field, also very difficult field. A lot of eyes are on us, and we are not going to use this tool lightly, but we are also getting requests from countries such as Pakistan to help them look at their digital ecosystem and legal framework as well. So that's one example of a how, small, but we are very excited about this tool.
Okay. I said it's can be very difficult for the how, because I'm thinking of to get a global digital trade going, we need to connect the dots globally. We have a lot of dots. Dots belong to government organizations, private sectors, big companies, SMEs, law enforcement, lawyers, engineers. It's very, very challenging to have the same common goal for all these different organizations, different parties. So I think for us, like we are talking in terms of APEC, in APEC context, if we can make a statement of the goal, like what you ask, and then put that through our leaders, and make sure that it's a statement from our leaders. And then we make sure that we all have the same understanding of what that statement means. We can go back and translate that statement into our work. And then we try to echo the same statement in all the forums that we participate in. And I think that would allow all the dots to have the same goal, same understanding, with probably knowing what they have to do in order to achieve that goal. I think that's the how that I think might be one of the tools. The second thing is we might need some tool to evaluate the readiness. Maybe first we have to define what digital trade is. If a country, an economy, would like to have a digital trade systems or transactions, what does it mean? And if we can have a tool to identify the gap between as is and to be, then it can be more clear what we have to do to get from A to B. And I think the tools from ADB is one of complementary tools that can help maybe facilitate this kind of process.
Great. Okay. What the bank should do is that we should be listen to the voice of our customer. So we represent our customer. As we all know that there are lots of pain, especially in the process of trade finance. Instead of they can concentrate on their product and marketing and sales, they have to worry about all these process in getting the trade done properly. So once you can, and that you should ensure that they are understood by the legal framework on the policy makers. So any particular pain that should be changed now, we should be the voice to try to push it through. But the second step would be, you should, because of the technology, you start to question at all time whether is there any assumption in which you are operating today that changes, especially because of technology. For example, when we do the DLT for letter of credit, before we have to send the request and wait for the request to come back. And the request to come back is on a different time zone, so you wait days. But now, with technology, you can collaborate, like a chat, right? And then you can collaborate. It would take only 10 minutes rather than several days. So the assumption that when you need to ask for the request, that you need to send mail, even email, is wrong now, because the assumption that now you can collaborate, you have new technology. Therefore, if by the same token, if you can reduce the time by 1/10, there may be many more of the assumption that you haven't looked at, that maybe today's technology, and new technologies come every month. So anything that change, you should be able to take advantage of it. One of the things that Pamela said is that as a financial institution, I'm a culprit today. In order to get lending to the SME, before the assumption was that we don't have information about SME. If you look at their book every quarter, how sure are you on that book, right? But at the moment, if every transaction going through the platform, you know every transaction, you practically know what they're doing, right? Therefore, with analytics, etc., you should be able to know that particular customer much better. Therefore, the bank should be able to take calculated risk much better, whereas before we can't, so we use statistic, the bell curve, right? So between the white and the black, there's a lot of grayish. But this way, you know your customer because you have data. So anyway, these are the things that should leapfrog and make the improvement much better. This is on the how part. Thanks.
Okay, for me, you asked me how my dream gonna come true in the next 3 years, or the document that are related to importation and exportation will be in electronic version. I would say it's comprised of 3 parts: B2B, B2G, and G2G. I do not, as I mentioned earlier, I do not worry about B2B because of what I heard today. The NDTP is moving forward at a faster speed than government does. So I do not worry about B2B. G2G, I do not worry because we have been doing it for 17 years. Now G2G is connected together. The question is, how do we drive B2G for me, in my personal opinion? B2G is it's difficult because it's a money government agency involved, and it's a money procedure for application for the other government agency. So what I do is that as a custom, we ask for the blessing from the policy maker. So under the National Logistics and Service Committee, we create the subcommittee we call National Single Window Subcommittee. And at that committee, we drive the B2G. How do we drive it? We identify, we simplify and harmonize the procedure, and we analyze if that procedure is necessary or not. If unnecessary, we cut it off. And then when we simplify it, we transform it into the digital procedure that we can make the B2G to be completed. The limitation is that each government agency, they have to ask for the budget to develop their B2G. Now, as the subcommittee, we reform the budget request from the parliament that this is national agenda and we want the blessing from the policymaker and we would like it to happen. Or the transaction have to be paperless via national single window, and in the future it will link to the NDTP and all the trader would benefit from this. That is my opinion how my dream going to be come true. Okay.
Thank you very much. So for our last question, well, it seems to me that okay, this is one huge giant puzzle that we're trying to put together. And I guess in any of these numerous streams of initiatives that we have to do, each one playing a role, you need an orchestrator in a platform. So I think that is one very clear assignment that we have to come up with. But in doing so, as you do the foundational, we call it foundational things leading to digital, I'm really worried about the MSMEs. So what are the ways by which we could really demystify digital trade, put some order into their, get the buy-ins as early as now and get them into the stream of whatever capacity building or awareness or so on. What do you think can your institutions do to have that focus on these MSMEs so that we don't have to start late? And what is it exactly that can they take advantage now insofar as digital is concerned that can keep them excited and say, yeah, this is the future, so I'm part of this journey. So 2 minutes each.
So when, in the history of DSI, when we looked at the 5 problems, one of them was that standards are really hard to find, in that you don't know which standard is most relevant for your transaction. So we've tried to demystify a bit of that, and we've created a toolkit and then paired with that the training on digital trade, like what is digital trade and how do you use digital trade in order to build advantage for your business. I think probably we can do even more to outreach to MSMEs by actually going to the grassroots, partnering with platforms that actually specialize in serving the SME community, and probably partner with some digital platforms to expedite the flow of finance. So one of the change tracks is, yes, we got to get mainstream financial institutions to think differently about SME lending, and digital is definitely a part of that, as well as regulatory reform. The other is how do we widen the pipeline of available funds by enabling investors, asset managers, other financial institutions, even ordinary people like you and me who want to fund SMEs. How do we enable them to reach in and, in a more advanced version of Kickstarter and Kiva? And how do we use that to reach SMEs? And so I'm thinking of something like, obviously it's digital platform, matching supply and demand. But it's also that technology today allows us to secure the data and to secure and verify the performance of SMEs on the basis of my financing. So from a DSI perspective, yeah, we're definitely going to look at standards and look at the adoption with an eye to ensuring that the pace of adoption for SMEs does not lag behind the MNCs, because the MNCs will be fine. They're big, right? Most of them are very big, and so they have a lot of resources, and anyways, MNCs rarely die. Okay, but SMEs during COVID, we saw actually the death rate of SMEs was 10% or 15% in some areas, at least for the consumer product supply chain. And there's no reason that SMEs should have to, look at their lifeline every day. And so we're going to be really laser focused on solving that problem, and hoping for all of the policy support and so on, and also digital expertise coming from think tanks and multilateral development banks. And once we're done with Asia, obviously Asia's the most attractive emerging market to act in for this, because we're ahead, right? We've got great examples like Thailand, Singapore, Hong Kong, and so on. But the real kind of challenge is, how do we bring this to be relevant to Africa and Latin America, because we can't leave them behind either.
So I think there are three things that come to my mind from ADB's perspective. One is knowledge, second is infrastructure, and third is partnership. Right? When it comes to knowledge, it comes in many different forms. Just this year alone, I think ADB, for different research departments within the bank, have produced 3 or 4, and I know there's like 2 more knowledge products coming out, just on the digital trade, digitalization of trade, and what it means. But the purpose is not to show off that we know what, or telling people what the trends are, but it's really, again, in service of our developing member countries, helping them define the problem and where the potential solutions lie, right? MSME, SME, not a new problem. At the same time, the shape or the nature of problems may have changed when it comes to digital trade. So when it comes to knowledge and providing capacity building, I think being able to define, knowing what problem we are trying to solve, and supporting our governments from their vantage point and their context, I think it's important, and that's the knowledge part. Infrastructure, again, ADB does a lot more than just supporting digitalization of trade or providing trade financing. I'm personally involved in providing digital connectivity and digital economy advisory services. And when it comes to digital connectivity, we have invested in telcos, satellite broadband players, and we do know digital divide, both from an infrastructure and adoption perspective, is one of the barriers, if not one of the more critical underlying challenges that some of the developing member countries face. So we'll continue to work on that ecosystem, not just within the digital trade, but in the ecosystem that enables digitalization of trade and digital trade. Partnership, and also comes in many different forms. It comes in supporting players like ICC and co-sponsoring DSI and providing. We might not have the expertise, but having the support of ADB, hopefully it means a lot, and hopefully we're making a difference, is one form. We also work on co-financing and amplifying the effect of the dollar that we bring. So by having ADB as a backer of a meaningful initiative that advances digitalization of trade, again, in service of our DMCs and improving the qualities as the end goal, we hope to be the amplifier of that impact from a financial perspective.
Actually, my thinking is almost along the same line as Junior just described, but I'll put that ideas into our context. What we are trying to do is trying to create a model that will engage different stakeholders in the value chain of enable the SME to use digital technology to better themselves. So first, we meaning us, we have to understand SME first. We go sector by sector. So we start with tourism, for example. And we try to create digital profile for them, which digital technology will enable them to better themselves in terms of higher revenue, higher market. And then we go to the supply side, we try to understand the technology, the solution, and then we try to match them. With the matching, we also try to work with financial institute to allow financing with the use of technology in order to help SME improve their operation. With the experiment that we are doing, we hope to be able to create a model and also necessary knowledge to use for other different sectors or different parties. And we also work with university to capture that knowledge and then put that on the platform. We also work with professional institute that make curriculum and certification. So if a person take course, go and take an exam, get certificate, they can use this certificate to maybe get a better loan from the bank because they have higher credential. That's the model that we are trying to create.
I would encourage the many platforms today to try to lengthen their service. So basically bundle more service into that platform. And by linking to the existing infrastructure that we have in each country, such as different gateway, such as if you want to get some certificate from the government, then link to the national single window. If you want some invoice from the bank, then link to the TDI gateway in Thailand. This is an example. So basically, instead of having an SME to connect to dozens of different platforms to get things done, you should start to lengthen each one. And each one, it doesn't have to be the only platform, but if you start to lengthen, there are fewer platforms for them to connect. Especially on the export side, try to link all the export country platform together first, and on the import, the same thing. So this will help the SME a great deal because they need some sort of platform to operate. So you have to provide that. But instead of having so many silos, dozens of platforms, let's try to link through all the good things that each of the gateway has already done so far. Thank you.
In my perspective, I would say the MSME will get the benefit if it's easy, it's cheap, and it's fast. So if everything is documented in electronics, it's going to be fast, cheap, and easy. But in the meantime, while waiting for NDTP, I think what we can do is to simplify all the procedure and process, make it easy and make it easy to do and easy to access. Now we encourage the government agency to use the web service and also mobile application. So it's easy and cheap for the MSME to access and easy to use. While waiting for the big picture, which is the NSW linking with the NDTP and all the documents are in electronic form in the future.
Okay. So I guess in conclusion, just 4 things. I'd like to borrow from the previous panel. Leadership. I think if leaders will say, I want to see this in 3-5 years, it will happen. Second, we need to replicate champions like you to be part of this journey. Third, is a strategic work plan, so we could take in all of your recommendations and find out who will do what and when. And last of course, is funding. That's why ADB is here. So thank you, and good afternoon. And please, let's thank our panel.
Thank you, Mr. Gil Gonzalez, Ms. Pamela Mar, Ms. Yun Yi Jung, Dr. Chaichana Mitropan, Mr. Charampon Jyoti Kasatian, and Mr. Pantong Loy Gudnan. I would now like to introduce Ms. Janet De Silva, Ms. Janet De Silva is the chair of the ABAC Digital Working Group, and she is also the president and CEO of the Toronto Regional Board of Trade. In looking at Ms. Janet De Silva's profile, you'll see that she's had over 14 years of CEO experience, including being a CEO of Sun Life Financial's Hong Kong and mainland China businesses. She's also a fellow Torontonian and also a former graduate of the same university, University of Western Ontario. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Ms. Janet De Silva to the stage.
Thank you so much, fellow Torontonian. It's so great to be here and to have spent this afternoon with you. First, I want to applaud Krungthai and the important joint business government sector initiative that's resulted in NDTP. We've been following it very, very closely. Krungthai's been updating us at ABAC this past year, and I'm also happy to report we've been WhatsApping back and forth all afternoon. So the video is going to Export Development Corporation of Canada overnight, and we're also going to be sharing it with the Digital Working Group for next year. Look, it's fair to say WTO met its match with the challenge of global digital trade governance. After nearly 2 decades, there's still no consensus on the global trade governance framework, but there's never been more urgency to take action. And that's why the work you've done on NDTP is such a critical first step. For digital trade is expected to be worth $1 trillion by 2030 in Southeast Asia alone. The pandemic certainly accelerated digitalization. 100 million new internet users came on stream, and 67% of businesses in Southeast Asia digitized in order to remain in business as a result of the conditions of the pandemic. However, against this backdrop, here's what they faced. 1,300 new regulations were introduced across APEC since 2020. There's a digital noodle bowl, what we refer to as we've got a one-page slide that's a digital noodle bowl of the trade agreements that are in conflict with each other or silent about the digital economy. And digital acceleration has highlighted the foundational gaps in our privacy, security, data flows, and interoperability requirements. So in the absence of multilateral consensus, what we've seen is fragmentation, as there's been a rush to put unilateral band-aids in place just to enable the digital economy, and all that has done is prevent scale, increase compliance and administration costs, and create a lag in innovation. So despite good intentions, this fragmentation creates barriers to paperless trade. We've got a long way to go, but today's discussion is incredibly encouraging. It's holding so much promise about where we can go. And I absolutely share with Pamela's goal of, 74% within the next 3 years? Let's go for 80. Let's just round it up and make it a bigger number. Digital trade transformation is critical for the APEC region. It promotes digitalization, helps business capitalize on emerging technologies, encourages growth of intra-APEC trade, and bolsters APEC trade to the world, while creating incredible efficiencies for exporters and importers. Connectivity is equally critical and addresses several ABAC priorities: enhanced data flows, inclusive growth, sustainability, SME capacity building, and access to finance. Without the prerequisite connectivity, foundational digital infrastructure such as cyber and data infrastructure that promotes safe cross-border flows, frictionless digital trade will elude us. This year, the Digital Working Group at ABAC sought to advocate for right-sizing the physical, digital, and data infrastructure necessary to harness the benefits of the digitalization economy for all. Our Digital First Economy report, one of 5 that we released this year, is focusing on the need to develop new products, services, and business models that align to the digital world within which we operate. These trends are driving massive proliferation of data, greater investments in AI solutions, and growing demand for sustainable green technology. And so the digital-first economy requires enhanced connectivity, building out our ultra-broadband intelligent network infrastructure, and boosting network coverage to ensure reliable access for everyone seeking to participate. It requires enhanced capacity and ongoing investments in talents. So how can we chart a path forward to secure the future of frictionless digital trade? The solution does not have to be as complex as the problem. If we take a step back and ask what is at the center of all the friction, we see that it is trust, or lack thereof. According to PwC, in the world of digital trade, technology can be the enabler, but trust is the clincher. Existing rules, regulations, and frameworks all emerge from various economies' attempts to engender trust in the process. This current patchwork includes governance to address payments and other transactions, e-invoicing, customs, duties, consumer protection, paperless trading, and of course, data flows. While the motivations may be laudable, protecting consumers, the environment, compliance with international and domestic standards, the execution leaves a great deal to be desired. To engender trust in the global digital ecosystem, we must establish standardized rules and interoperable systems that reduce friction costs for businesses and governments. Consider the growing importance of digital trade as a proportion of total trade. To give you a sense of what's at stake globally, the McKenzie Global Institute finds that over a decade, all types of flows acting together have raised world GDP by 10% over what would have resulted in a world without any cross-border flows. This value amounted to $7.8 trillion in 2014, and of that, data flows were $2.8 trillion. So imagine the value that can be created as we operationalize NDTP and take it global. Digital trust is the confidence participants, consumers, businesses, and governments have in the digital ecosystem to interact securely in a transparent, accountable, and frictionless manner. This is a concept that has emerged from a work stream at ABAC's Digital Working Group this past year, led by Singapore and our partners at SG Tech. We believe digital trust can mobilize all actors in the digital economy. It must be a central component of cross-border trade, spurred by collective action. That's why, as part of the inaugural Digital Trust Forum that took place in Singapore a couple of weeks ago, ABAC became a formal partner in the new Digital Trust Center of Excellence launched by the Singapore government and SG Tech. The center is going to serve as the regional knowledge hub for digital trust, with programs for companies across the APEC region, including think tank publications and public consultations to influence development of standards, as well as to support, pilot, and amplify successful game-changing initiatives like NDTP. I invite you to join us in building a more trusted future for the digital trade and to advance the digital-first economy through the Digital Trust Center of Excellence. And through Kun Kabsak, I welcome opportunities to build crosswalks between your tremendous efforts and the works we're trying to do at ABAC Digital Working Group to turn research and ambitions into action globally. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Janet De Silva. I would now like to invite Mr. Kriengkrai Thiennukul, who will provide closing remarks. Mr. Kriengkrai Thiennukul is the APEC Business Advisory Council, or the ABAC chair for 2022, and the chairman of the Federation of Thai Industries, or the FTI. The FTI is a private sector organization with approximately 15,000 companies. Please help me welcome Mr. Kriengkrai Thiennukul.
Ms. Janet De Silva, Chair of ABAC Digital Working Group, President and CEO of the Toronto Region Board of Trade. Ms. Pamela Ma, Managing Director, ICC. Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sawadee krap. On behalf of the chairmen of the ABAC 2022, it's a great pleasure to convey heartfelt gratitude to all participants of Digital Trade Transformation Symposium and all stakeholders of the National Digital Trade Platform, NDTP, Thailand, Networked Trade Platform, NTP, Singapore, and the Trade Wolf, Japan. The Cross-Border Digital Trade Initiative is one of the ABAC recommendations to the APEC leaders in enhancing the efficiency of the international trade and leverage the business transaction among the APEC economies, also extended to the global trade. Nowadays, the import and export of Thai products still requires a lot of the procedure and documents. There are up to 20 to 30 entitled involved per each shipment. It's very time-consuming and costly compared to the many countries. Therefore, the Joint Standing Committee of Commerce, Industry and the Banking, JSCCIB, has driven this project to facilitate ease of doing business and greatly increase the country's competitiveness in line with the recommendation to the APEC Business Advisory Council, or ABAC, to the APEC leaders to drive international trade with the digital technologies. In this occasion, I would special thanks to the Network Trade Platform of Singapore Custom and the Trade Wolf Platform from Japan in excellent collaboration for proving of concept and pilot live business transaction between economies. In addition, the NDTP project can also help local SMEs to access financial loan more easily. This is because the system will be connected to bank to verify the credibility of import and export data from the platform and the check transaction to prevent double financing using blockchain technology. This will allow financial institutions to reduce their risks and help SME access more funding sources. With the lesson learned from this collaboration, APEC economies need to have mutual agreement on standard of the digital trade data exchange. Interoperational and digital identity, law and regulation to support electronic transferable record. As well, stakeholders in the public and private sector must collaborate to design, agree on, and implement a roadmap to create an ecosystem that supports digital trade transformation and connectivity. In the future, once digital trade connectivity is widely adopted in APEC economy, it will play a crucial role of the country's import and exports in bringing more efficient and competitive. I believe this initiative will write a new chapter of the APEC economy for deepening mutually beneficial cooperation and prosperity to all businesses. Thank you very much. Khop kun krap.
Thank you, Mr. Kriengkrai Thiennukul. Distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators, and ladies and gentlemen, We have now come to the end of our symposium. On behalf of the organizers, including the APEC Business Advisory Council, the International Chamber of Commerce, the Asia Pacific Financial Forum, the Thai Bankers Association, the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society, and all other parties involved in the organizing of this symposium, I would like to thank you all, including all of our distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators who have come here today. Please keep well and safe. Thank you.
The trading industry, connecting people and goods needed around the world. Information sharing across companies still rely on analog formats such as paper documents and PDF files. Time and money are spent on document processing and storage. The Digital Trade Platform is a cross-industry platform enabling full digitization of information, coordination in trade, and improvement in operational efficiency. It employs a variety of technologies to enhance security such as electronic authentication and blockchain. Digital trade platforms have been created in many APEC economies, such as Singapore's NTP, Japan's Trade Waltz, Thailand's NDTP, New Zealand's Trade Window, and Taiwan's Trade Van, streamlining trade in each country. In addition, greater efficiencies can be expected with the interconnection of platforms around the world through an activity called interoperability, along with the standardization of the ICC. We'll introduce a proof of concept for platform-to-platform connectivity between NDTP and Trade Waltz. Thailand's PTT, oil and gas company, Unicord, a seafood processing company, and Japan's Mitsubishi Corporation Group and Toyota Tsusho Group joined as POC users.
Among the stakeholders in Thailand, B2B collaboration and documents can be accessed and processed via a single channel. Rekeying will be done away, so errors will be minimized and efficiency will be improved. Connectivity with a counterparty platform will enable an end-to-end efficiency improvement for international trade.
The process begins with the electronic sharing of purchase orders from importers through API integration between platforms. Utilizing received data, exporters prepare the contract and logistics documents, such as packing lists and invoices. The created packing list and invoice information is sent to the importer instantly through the inter-platform linkage. Using data received from the exporter, importers can carry out procedures including customs clearance.
Well, by using this digital platform, we can send and receive the document by on the platform very smoothly. So the time of trading transaction is shorter, more than 60%. This system was very useful than we thought.
Even with the introduction of the digital trade platform independently, it has improved operational efficiency and reduced costs by between 44% and 60% in Japan and Thailand.
If end-to-end efficiency improvement is significant and proven, which means relatively easier to handle import-export, more trade volume between Thailand and Japan can be expected.
We would like to consider using this system in order to increasing trading efficiency by cooperating with Thailand PTT.
Toyota Tsusho implemented 2 additional trials of digital sending certification of origin and calculating CO2 emission for transportation from Japan to Thailand in demonstration experiment.
The first demonstration content is to electronically send a document from an exporter with a certificate of origin added. If information can be passed electronically to customs this way, the efficient application of FTAs and EPAs will become possible. Second, TradeWaltz's data storage of cargo weight and distance traveled is linked to the partner systems to measure the CO2 emitted in one single shipment. Through this process, the CO2 emissions of Scope 3 set by the GHG protocol can be visualized.
Digital sending certificate of origin is the first step. We expect new function to issue certificate of origin itself digitally, and Toyota Tsusho will be aware to focus on the figure of CO2 emission more, so that we'd like to contribute to our society.
NDTP, National Digital Trade Platform, on Thailand side is a very challenging project. We are honored and ready to take on this challenge to connect our platform to TradeWaltz in Japan and other platforms in Singapore with the dedication of our team members, starting from design, development and testing, and with a great collaboration from our international colleagues from Japan and Singapore, made this project a success. We'd like to thank you all. Thank you very much.
It was difficult to reconcile the recognition and data items at the beginning, but once we finished API linkage and entered the testing phase, the process went quite smoothly. It was an honor to be involved in such a big project to improve the efficiency of trade between Japan and Thailand with a group of young engineers.